of the organization. The Information Systems Audit and Control Association, ISACA, recommends selecting KRIs based upon 4 criteria. First, business impact, the likelihood that the indicator will identify potential risks that are significant to the business. Second, the effort to implement, measure, and support the indicator on an ongoing basis. Third, reliability, the fact that an indicator is going to be a good predictor of risk. And finally, sensitivity. The indicator must be able to accurately capture variances in the risk. Selecting and monitoring a strong set of KPIs and KRIs provides business and technology leaders with a solid assessment of the state of their security programs. Audits and assessments provide organizations with the opportunity to evaluate their security controls to ensure that they're functioning properly and effectively protecting the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information and systems. Audits and assessments are similar in purpose and function. Both involve evaluating security controls, reporting on their effectiveness, and making recommendations for improvement. The main difference is in the purpose of the review. Assessments are generally performed by or requested by an organization's IT staff. Audits are formal examinations generally performed at the request of someone else, such as a regulator, executive, or board of directors. When an organization undergoes an audit, the auditors follow a formal audit standard and perform planned tests that are designed to determine how well the organization complies with the standard. No matter what type of audit or assessment is taking place, the engagement should always begin with a planning process that clearly outlines the scope of the engagement, the timeline for completion, and the expected deliverables. Doing this planning up front reduces the likelihood of misunderstandings down the road. For example, let's take a look at the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, PCI DSS. PCI DSS is a very long, detailed standard that contains the security requirements for merchants and service providers handling credit card information. Banks may require that organizations subject to PCI DSS undergo an independent audit. This provides the bank with the assurance that an outside organization has come in and verified that the company is properly controlling credit card information. When the auditors arrive, they pull out this document, the Audit Procedures for PCI DSS. This is a 360-page document that contains very detailed instructions for both the merchant and the auditor. For example, let's look here on page 91. This requirement, 3.5.1, says that merchants must render credit card numbers unreadable when they're stored using encryption, truncation, tokens, or hashing. Now, that's a fairly straightforward requirement that's listed here in the first column, Defined Approach Requirements. The next column over contains the testing procedures. This column provides very detailed guidance to the auditor, telling them exactly what they have to do to see if the organization complies with the requirement. In this case, there are 3 test procedures for this requirement. The auditor must do each of these things and report the results. First, they need to examine documentation about the system that's used to render the card numbers unreadable. Second, they need to examine data repositories and audit logs to make sure that the card number is rendered unreadable. And then finally, if hashed and truncated versions of card numbers are in the environment, they have to examine the controls to verify that they can't be used to reconstruct the original payment card information. That's a lot of work, and that's how an audit goes. Very detailed tests against a specific standard. Audits may be performed by 2 different types of entity, internal and external auditors. Internal auditors are employed by the same organization that's being evaluated, but they don't report to the leader of the unit being audited. In many organizations, the head of internal audit reports directly to the president. Internal auditors perform audits at the request of management or the board of directors audit committee. Internal auditors may focus their work on helping the organization achieve its regulatory compliance goals through a series of self-assessments. External auditors are independent third-party audit firms that provide a completely independent assessment. There are hundreds of audit firms that perform this work, but the field is dominated by the so-called Big Four: PricewaterhouseCoopers, Ernst & Young, Deloitte, and KPMG. These firms perform audits at the request of a board of directors or regulators. Every audit should have a clearly defined scope. This may be very broad, such as an IT controls audit that looks at the overall state of technology controls in the organization, or it may be extremely focused, such as a credit card compliance audit. It's important to clearly define the scope and test procedures in advance and communicate them at the beginning of the audit to both the auditors and auditees. That helps prevent unwanted surprises during the audit. Organizations should perform audits and assessments routinely and regularly. Assessments in particular are a great way for managers to ensure that processes are working effectively over time. One particularly important assessment is the User Access Review. During this review, assessors obtain a listing of all the rights and permissions granted to a user and verify that they're implemented correctly and that there's an appropriate chain of approval for each permission setting. Audits usually include a gap analysis as a deliverable. This is almost always the case when an audit is performed against a very detailed technical standard such as PCI DSS. The gap analysis provides security teams with a list of the controls that were missing or improperly functioning. A well-performed gap analysis serves as a roadmap for remediation and bringing the organization into compliance. One of the primary outcomes of an audit is an attestation by the auditor. This is a formal statement that the auditors have reviewed the controls and found that they are both adequate to meet the control objectives and working properly. In addition to conducting regular audits and assessments, organizations should perform routine management of their own controls. Every security program should include control testing procedures, a process for managing exceptions to controls, the building of control remediation plans, and the use of compensating controls. Control testing should take place on a regular basis. While periodic audits and assessments do evaluate the effectiveness of security controls, these usually occur relatively infrequently. Organizations should supplement these more formal tests with routine and automated monitoring of security controls. For example, an automated review process might routinely check to see if new ports are opened on a firewall in an unexpected manner. You'll also find that there is an exception to every rule in the world of security. You should have a defined process in place to help team members understand how they can request an exception to a security control and who has the authority to approve such a request. These processes should use formal written documentation. Here's an example of a control exception request form used by the state of Washington. It asks the requester to identify themselves and their agency, and then walk through a series of questions asking them to describe the reason for the exception, the technical or business justification, and then go into detail about the risks and controls that will be used to manage risks, and what risks will be left over at the end after the exception is approved and the other controls are implemented. Compensating controls are alternative security controls used to mitigate the risk introduced when an organization makes an exception to a security requirement. These compensating controls seek to manage the same risk covered by the original control. The Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard includes a detailed process for managing compensating controls, along with 3 important criteria. PCI DSS says that compensating controls have to meet the intent and rigor of the original requirement, provide a similar level of defense as the original requirement, and be above and beyond other requirements. So you can't double count one control to meet 2 different requirements. Then it goes through much more detail on how organizations can document and apply for compensating control approval. These types of control management techniques ensure that organizations have effective security controls that manage their risk appropriately and continue to function properly over time. Security depends upon the behavior of individuals. An intentional or accidental misstep by a single user can completely undermine many security controls, exposing an organization to unacceptable levels of risk. Security training programs help protect organizations against these risks. In particular, they help educate users about how they can avoid falling victim to social engineering and phishing attacks. Security education programs include 2 important components. Security training provides users with the detailed information they need to protect the organization's security. These may use a variety of delivery techniques, but the bottom line goal is to impart knowledge. Security training takes time and attention from students. Security awareness is meant to remind employees about the security lessons that they've already learned. Unlike training, awareness doesn't require a commitment of time to sit down and learn new material. Instead, it uses posters, videos, email messages, and similar techniques to keep security top of mind for those who've already learned the core lessons. Organizations may use a variety of different methods to deliver security training. These may include traditional classroom instruction, providing dedicated information security course material, or it might insert security content into existing programs, such as a new employee orientation program delivered by Human Resources. Students might also use online computer-based training providers to learn about information security or attend classes offered by vendors. Whatever methods an organization uses, the goal is to impart security knowledge that employees can put into practice on the job. Let's take a look at a couple of examples of security training and awareness methods. The SANS Institute's End User Security Awareness Training Program provides online training covering a wide range of security topics. Organizations can add their own customized introduction and then depend on the program to provide current, updated security training on a variety of topics. Managers can pick and choose the security training modules that make the most sense for their organization's security and regulatory environment, customizing the training that each user receives. If we look at another provider, Cofense PhishMe, you'll find an interesting twist. Instead of simply providing security awareness training, PhishMe allows you to measure the success of your training efforts by actually conducting simulated phishing attacks. Users receive fake phishing campaigns in their inboxes, and if they respond, they're directed to training materials that warn them of the dangers of phishing and help prevent them from falling victim to a real attack. Back-end reporting helps security professionals gauge the effectiveness of their security education efforts by measuring the percentage of users who fall victim to the simulated attack. Those are just two examples of security education providers. There are many more out there that can help you quickly build an effective security training and awareness program. The key is to use a diversity of training techniques to cater to different learning styles. These might include phishing simulations, gamification techniques that make learning fun, and capture the flag exercises that train employees on attack techniques. Organizations may also designate security champions in different business units who have a side responsibility of helping to educate their peers about cybersecurity matters. This approach is often very effective because people are more willing to listen to a message from someone that they know and trust. These security champions can become a powerful tool for spreading and maintaining cybersecurity awareness throughout the organization. While all users should receive some degree of security education, organizations should also customize training to meet specific role-based requirements. For example, employees handling credit card information should receive training on PCI DSS requirements. Human resources team members should be trained on handling personally identifiable information. IT staffers need specialized skills to implement security controls. Training should be custom tailored to an individual's role in the organization. You'll also want to think about the frequency of your training efforts. You'll need to balance the time required to conduct training with the benefit from reminding users of their responsibilities. One approach used by many organizations is to conduct initial training whenever an employee joins the organization or assumes new job responsibilities, and then use annual refresher training to cover the same material and update users on new threats and controls. Awareness efforts throughout the year then keep this material fresh and top of mind. We should also discuss some of the important topics that you should cover in security education programs. You should take time to cover issues that are important to the organization. For example, if you recently deployed a two-factor authentication system that is causing users to become exasperated with the time required to log in, that's a situation known as two-factor authentication fatigue. Use your awareness efforts to remind users of the importance of this security control and ways that they can improve their experience. Similarly, if you're concerned about the insider threat in your organization, you can use awareness programs to remind employees of the importance of following good security practices and signs that they can watch for that might indicate someone is engaging in inappropriate insider activity. The team responsible for providing security training should review materials on a regular basis to ensure that the content remains relevant. Changes in the security landscape and the organization's business may require updating the material to keep it fresh. These updates should include coverage of emerging technologies. For example, you might want to update your training program to cover cryptocurrency and blockchain technologies, the use of artificial intelligence in the workplace, and the appropriate use of social media. We develop cybersecurity programs for the purpose of safeguarding the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of our information. But we also face external requirements to build and implement some security controls. Compliance programs ensure that our organization's security controls are also consistent with the variety of laws, regulations, and standards that govern our organization. There are many different compliance obligations facing modern enterprises, and these differ depending upon the geographic location of the organization and its industry. A university in the United States has far different compliance requirements than a retailer in Europe. Both may have a significant compliance burden, but the details will vary.
I just realized I don't have SSCP in the title. I gotta add that. I just realized that. How do I do this? Gotta go to YouTube. I gotta do that. I gotta add that. I'm gonna forget tomorrow, I think, unless I cannot manage broadcasts while streaming. Okay, that's nice. How do I do this? I'll just go to my channel. Do that. I gotta add that. I'm gonna and edit. Okay, how should I do it? Information system security study session? Yeah, I'll do information system security and then SSCP in parentheses. Or should I only have SSCP study sesh? Yeah, it's probably better if I just do SSCP. Or spell out SSCP and... Yeah, that's way better. Because what I do for the other ones I just did. Like security plus, network plus, etc. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm gonna do. I don't know why I completely didn't realize. What does it stand for? Systems security, is that what it is? Systems security certified professional? Is that what that stands for? System security certified professional. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm gonna name it. Yeah, and then as I go through these sections, yeah, okay, that's what I'll do. Okay, save. And then, let's see, refresh. Bam, okay. So the other ones I need to rename. Oh, I should have copied it. System security certified professional SSCP. Highlight, Command C, save. Back. This one here. I should delete this one. Hold up, because this one I like. Why is this one not hold on. One of them I got something. One of them came up where I had to go buy my bookshelf and do a whole bunch of things. So like my study, like I started it and then 20 minutes in, I just gave up. I just had to leave. I think it was this one. Yeah, I did like 15 minutes of work and then I took like an hour break. Not really an hour break, but I had to go do stuff. Came back. For like 10 minutes. Then I disappeared again for another exactly 10 minutes. Came back for like 5 minutes. And then I just left and yeah, I'm gonna delete this. I didn't do anything. This is useless. I'm deleting this. This was not yesterday but Tuesday. I'm deleting this. Delete. There was nothing going on there. And then yesterday I took a big break as well and got distracted, but I could keep it this one. So this one should be 2. And also name change. So that would be day 2. And that's gonna be a little better. So then today's should be day 3 then. 1, 2, okay, and then 3 for this one. Oh, I never even changed it to 4. Okay, so it's 3 anyway. Okay, good.
Security training programs should include coverage of the specific compliance obligations facing your organization, as well as the responsibilities of individual employees to ensure continued compliance. For example, if employees must never write down credit card numbers,
I should have done this right after the security plus, bro. This is like exactly the same. I don't even know what's different compared to the security. I don't know what the point of this is.
your security awareness program should educate them about this fact. There are 3 different types of compliance obligations that should be covered in an organization's security training program. Laws are requirements passed by a governmental authority at the national or local level. They come with civil and criminal penalties for failure to comply. For example, the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act, or GLBA, affects security practices of financial institutions in the United States. GLBA requires that financial institutions designate an information security officer and build a formal information security program to protect customer financial information. Regulations are also mandatory requirements that an organization must follow, but they are not embodied in legislation. Some regulations come from government agencies carrying out other laws. The HIPAA security rule is a great example of this. It describes how the U.S. government expects healthcare providers will comply with HIPAA. While HIPAA is a law, the security rule is a government regulation. Other regulations come from non-governmental authorities. For example, a contract between 2 organizations might include detailed security requirements and include financial penalties for non-compliance. Standards are detailed technical specifications for security and other controls. Organizations may be required to comply with standards by contract or regulation. For example, the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, or PCI DSS, is a standard that merchants handling credit card information must follow due to language in their contracts with credit card merchant banks. The good news is that these laws, regulations, and standards often just formalize security best practices that an organization should already be following. The best way to begin a compliance effort is to conduct a gap analysis that determines the areas where an organization may need to beef up its controls to become compliant. Security education programs should include a wide variety of topics related to user habits. By replacing risky habits with strong security habits, organizations reduce the likelihood that user accounts will become compromised. Let's take a look at some of the habits that security education programs should address. Security training should include coverage of password security practices. Most organizations already have a password security policy that enforces requirements such as password complexity and encryption. Security training programs should remind users of these requirements and also educate them about the importance of requirements that can't be enforced technically. For example, users should know that reusing their work password on websites and other accounts jeopardizes security in the event that an external website is compromised. Organizations should also include data handling procedures in their security training programs. Users must know the proper ways to store, transmit, and destroy sensitive information. For example, the training may include coverage of an organization's clean desk policy, designed to protect sensitive information from being left out in the open unattended. These programs are also a good opportunity to remind users of the terms of the non-disclosure agreements that they sign during their onboarding process and their ongoing obligations to protect confidential information. Security awareness efforts should also include physical security controls. If the organization uses badges or other technology to control access at doors, users should understand the importance of preventing tailgating and requiring each user to individually swipe their badge to unlock the door. Users should also learn about an organization's bring your own device policies during the security education program. If the organization does allow the use of personal devices, the training program should include coverage of acceptable use and security requirements. If the organization doesn't allow the use of personal devices with organizational data, the training program should make that clear. During your security training, you should remind users of the contents of your organization's acceptable use policy. They should know what use of IT resources is allowed and what is prohibited. For example, are they allowed to access personal email accounts, social networking sites, or file sharing sites from company computers and networks? The training should also cover the adverse actions that the organization might take if an employee violates the acceptable use policy. Finally, security education programs should also include coverage of the acceptable use of social media and peer-to-peer networks. Users should understand their responsibilities for projecting the proper image on public-facing networks and the security risks associated with exchanging links and files with unknown individuals. They should also know what measures the organization takes to perform analysis of social media use. Now, that's a lot of material to cover in a security education program, but helping users adopt good security habits now may prevent serious security incidents down the road. Digital threats aren't the only issue facing information security professionals seeking to protect their organizations. Some of the most dangerous risks come from the human threat of social engineering. These are also some of the hardest threats to defend against. Social engineering attacks use psychological tricks to manipulate people into performing an action or divulging sensitive information that undermines the organization's security. For example, an attacker posing as a help desk technician might use social engineering to trick a user into revealing their password over the telephone. Social engineering attacks are the online version of running a con. There are 6 main reasons that social engineering attacks are successful. These include authority, intimidation, consensus, scarcity, urgency, and familiarity. Let's dig into each of these a little more. Psychological experiments have shown consistently that people will listen and defer to someone who is conveying an air of authority. Displaying outward signs of authority, such as dressing in a suit or simply having a look of distinguished age, creates trust among others. One of the earliest experiments in authority was conducted by Stanley Milgram, a Yale University psychologist. He set up a situation where students believed they were participating in an experiment about learning and put the student in the role of teacher. When the fake students gave the teacher an incorrect answer, the teacher was instructed to administer one of a series of increasingly high voltage electric shocks. When the fake teachers objected to shocking the learner, the experimenter told the teachers that they had to administer the shock. Almost 2/3 of subjects were willing to administer the highest voltage shock. Now, of course, the shocks were fake, but the participants in the study believed that they were real, and they complied with orders due to the perceived authority of the experimenter. Well-known hacker Kevin Mitnick also describes an example of authority and trust in his book, The Art of Intrusion. Mitnick tells of a social engineer who simply walked right into a casino security center and started issuing orders. Because he did so with an air of authority, the staff complied with his commands.
That's crazy. Some guy just walks into a security center and just starts telling people what they do and they listen. What?
Casino security is an example of authority and trust in his book, The Art of Intrusion. Mitnick tells of a social engineer who simply walked right into a casino security center and started issuing orders. Because he did so with an air of authority, the staff complied with his commands.
That's hilarious.
The second reason that social engineering works is intimidation. This is simply browbeating people into doing what you want by scaring them and threatening that something bad will happen to the individual or the organization if they don't comply. A social engineer might call a help desk posing as an administrative assistant, demanding that they reset the password for an executive's account. When the help desk asks to speak to the executive, the assistant might start yelling, "Do you know how busy he is? He's going to be very angry if you don't just do this for me." That's intimidation. The third social engineering tactic is consensus or social proof. When we don't know how to react in a situation, we look to the behavior of others and follow their example. It's the herd mentality. This is what happens when someone is attacked in the street and nobody calls 911. It's also how riots occur. Most normal people would never think of burning a car or looting a store. But once the crowd gets going and they see this behavior around them, other people join in. The fourth social engineering tactic is scarcity, making people believe that if they don't act quickly, they'll miss an opportunity. You see this each time a major consumer electronics company releases a new product. Why do people wait in line overnight just to get a new phone? Well, because they want to get one before they run out. A social engineer might use scarcity to trick someone into allowing them to install equipment in an office. Perhaps they show up with a Wi-Fi router and say that they are upgrading the Wi-Fi in adjacent offices with a brand new technology and had one leftover router. If the office staff would like, he could install it there. If the staff agrees, they think they're getting early access to new technology, while the attacker is actually establishing a foothold on the organization's network. Urgency is the fifth tactic of social engineers. With this tactic, the attacker creates a situation where people feel pressured to act quickly because time is running out. For example, a hacker might show up at an office and say that he's a network technician there to perform a critical repair. He needs access to a sensitive network closet. When staff refuse to grant access, the attacker can say that he has another appointment and can't waste time. If they open the door now, he'll perform the repair. Otherwise, the network will probably go down and they'll be out of luck. The final tactic is simple: familiarity or liking. People want to say yes to someone they like. Social engineers will use flattery, false compliments, and fake relationships to get on a target's good side and influence their activities. The best way to protect your organization against social engineering attacks is user education. Everyone in the organization must understand that social engineers use these tactics to gain sensitive information, and they should be watchful for outsiders trying to use the tactics of authority, intimidation, consensus, scarcity, urgency, and familiarity against them and others in the organization. In this case, wariness is a virtue. Security training is an important component of any organization's information security program. If employees don't know their security responsibilities, you can't depend upon them to do their part to protect information. It's important that organizations take steps to measure the effectiveness of their security education efforts. Earlier, we looked at one way to measure security awareness through the use of simulated phishing campaigns. This really is a great way to measure the effectiveness of anti-phishing education programs, but you don't need to go to this great length to measure the effectiveness of your overall security awareness efforts. Measuring efforts don't need to be complicated. One easy way to measure the effectiveness of your program is to simply ask users how they feel about security education in a survey. You might just ask them, how well do you think our organization prepares you to deal with cybersecurity threats? Or, do you know your information security responsibilities? You can measure how well you're educating users about incident response practices by asking, do you know where to report a security incident? These survey-based measures give you a good perspective on how well prepared your workforce is to deal with cybersecurity issues. This approach to measuring security is most effective if you look at how it changes over time. You might insert a few security-related questions into a quarterly employee survey, and then watch how the answers change as you try different security awareness and training initiatives. You should use the results of security awareness surveys to help select new training and awareness tools, as well as tailor the message to answer changing user questions. Digital threats aren't. Security training is an important component of this approach to measure workforces to deal with cybersecurity issues. This approach to measuring security is most effective if you look at how it changes over time. You might insert a few security-related questions into a quarterly employee survey, and then watch how the answers change as you try different security awareness and training initiatives. You should use the results of security awareness surveys to help select new training and awareness tools, as well as tailor the message to answer changing user questions. The metrics you collect on security awareness should complement other security metrics initiatives designed to rate your security and compliance posture. Cybersecurity professionals must also ensure the physical security of facilities under their control. This includes limiting access to those facilities, authenticating employees seeking to gain access, and tracking contractors and other visitors who access the site. Let's begin our discussion of physical security by discussing some of the different types of facilities that must be protected. Data centers are the most obvious locations of concern to cybersecurity professionals. These secure facilities contain all of the servers, storage, and other computing resources needed to run the business. Data center access must be strictly limited to prevent the potential theft of resources and information. Anyone gaining physical access to a data center would have the ability to cause significant damage and disruption to the business. Now, not all servers are kept in the relatively safe confines of a managed data center. Many businesses only have simple server rooms that often lack strong security controls. These server rooms may also proliferate within business units of organizations that have central data centers because they tend to pop up organically, beginning with just a few servers in a room and growing until they have the capacity of small data centers. Media storage facilities also require security attention. Good disaster recovery and business continuity plans place copies of critical business information, including system backups, at remote locations. These locations contain important data and must have equivalent security to the main data center, if not greater security because of their remote location. Cybersecurity professionals often engage in digital forensic investigations. If evidence handled during these investigations may be used in court, investigators must document and preserve the chain of custody, ensuring that evidence is not tampered with while in their hands. This requires secure evidence storage rooms that are safe from intrusion. Intermediate distribution frames, or IDFs, are critical components in an organization's network infrastructure. They're often situated in various locations throughout a facility to facilitate network connectivity for different departments or areas. These IDFs hold essential network equipment, including switches and patch panels, that connect end-user devices to the network's broader architecture. Securing IDFs involves implementing physical security measures such as locked doors, surveillance, and strict access controls to ensure that only authorized personnel can interact with the network hardware. Regular security assessments and monitoring are also vital to safeguarding these frames from tampering, unauthorized access, or other security threats that could compromise the integrity and performance of the network. Wiring closets are an often overlooked physical security concern. They exist throughout an organization's facilities, and if they're not properly secured, they may offer an intruder physical access that may be used to eavesdrop on network communications or gain access to sensitive networks. The need for this protection extends to the cable distribution runs that leave the wiring closets and travel around an organization's facilities to deliver network connectivity. There may be other facilities in the business that require similar protections. These may include operation centers and other restricted work areas. Security professionals should perform an inventory of all sensitive locations under their control and conduct physical security assessments of those facilities. Data centers contain a wide variety of electronic equipment that is very sensitive to its operating environment. One of the major risks to this equipment comes in the form of environmental threats if systems aren't operated in an appropriately controlled facility. Data center environmental controls try to maintain a stable environment that's friendly to electronic equipment. The first environmental characteristic that data center engineers worry about is the air temperature. Electronic equipment generates a lot of heat, and if a data center doesn't have appropriate cooling equipment, the facility can become extremely hot. Excessive heat can dramatically reduce the expected life of servers and other electronic equipment, so data center facility managers invest heavily in maintaining a temperature friendly to that equipment. This investment requires massive cooling systems, such as the one shown here on a data center roof. Now, conventional wisdom about data center temperatures has changed over time. A decade ago, data centers were so cold that staff often wore winter coats when working in the facility, and you could probably keep milk on the data center floor. Now, keeping data centers that cold consumed massive amounts of electricity, racking up large electric bills and increasing the organization's carbon footprint. Fortunately, computer equipment has become more tolerant of heat over the years, and the standards have relaxed. The current standards for data center cooling come from the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers. The experts now recommend what's called the expanded environmental envelope. It allows maintaining data centers at a temperature in the range between 64.4 and 80.6 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, temperature isn't the only concern in managing the data center environment. Facility staff must also carefully manage the humidity in the data center. If the humidity in the room is too high, condensation forms, and water is definitely not the friend of electronic equipment. If the humidity falls too low, static electricity builds up, which can be just as damaging. Environmental specialists measure data center humidity using the dew point, and they recommend maintaining the facility at a dew point somewhere between 15.8 and 59 degrees Fahrenheit. That's the sweet spot that keeps both condensation and static electricity away. We need to do more than just monitor the temperature and humidity environment in our data centers. Heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, or HVAC systems, allow us to control temperature and humidity, keeping them within acceptable ranges. Servers, switches, storage arrays, and other equipment designed for use in modern data centers take a common approach to cooling. They're designed to draw cool air in through the front and expel warm exhaust out the back, maintaining a flow of cool air across the components inside. Data center managers quickly realized that they can lay out facilities with this principle in mind, and they developed the hot aisle, cold aisle approach to data center cooling. When placing racks of equipment, they designed the fronts of racks on opposite sides of an aisle to face each other. This leads, of course, to the backs of racks facing each other as well. When laid out in this way, aisles alternate purpose between being a source of cold air or an exit point for warm air. HVAC designers can use this to their advantage, pumping cool air into the cold aisle and pulling warm air out of the hot aisle. Watch for exam questions that cover the hot aisle, cold aisle approach without explicitly mentioning it. For example, they might show you a data center layout and ask you where you would place cool air distribution vents or hot air return vents. While heating and cooling concerns, we need to do more than just walls to principle and While heating and cooling concerns top the list of environmental concerns, data center managers must also be prepared for more serious situations, such as fire, flooding, and electromagnetic interference. Let's take a look at the controls used to protect against these risks. Fire is dangerous in any environment, and it can be particularly damaging in a facility filled with electrical equipment. For this reason, data center managers must design fire detection and suppression systems that will detect and extinguish a fire before it grows out of control. Let's talk briefly about how fires start. In order for a fire to burn, it requires three key ingredients: oxygen, heat, and fuel. If you can deprive a fire of any one of these three elements, it will go out. The most common approach to fighting fires is the use of water, which deprives the fire of heat, but water is not effective against all types of fires, and it can damage electronic equipment. Fire extinguishers used to fight fires come rated for 4 different classes of fire. Class A fire extinguishers are for typical fires caused by common combustible materials, such as wood, paper, cloth, and trash. Class B fire extinguishers work on fires that get their fuel from flammable liquids, such as gasoline or oil. Class C extinguishers work against electrical fires, such as many of those that might be found in a data center environment. Class D fire extinguishers fight the heavy metal fires that might be found in industrial applications. And Class K extinguishers are designed specifically for kitchen fires fueled by fats and oils. You're likely to come across extinguishers rated for multiple classes of fires, such as an ABC fire extinguisher. When you take the exam, you'll need to know about the different types of extinguishers and the types of fires that each fights. applications, working so can damage electronic equipment. Fire extinguishers used to fight fires come rated for 4 different classes of fire. Class A fire extinguishers, specifically for kitchen fire, fires fueled by different types of extinguishers, and the types of fires that each fights. If you're ever in doubt about a particular extinguisher, you can simply check its label to see what categories of fire it's able to fight. In addition to fire extinguishers, data centers are normally protected by a facility-wide fire suppression system. This may be as simple as the water-based sprinkler system used throughout the rest of the facility, but that approach is risky because water is very damaging to electronic equipment. Data center managers are justifiably nervous about having water in their facilities. An accidental discharge or a burst pipe can lead to disaster. The basic approach to water-based fire suppression is known as the wet pipe approach, where the pipes are filled with water constantly. This is a high-risk approach in a data center because a pipe rupture may flood the facility. Dry pipe systems keep water out of the equation until an actual emergency strikes, lowering the risk to the facility. These dry pipe systems use a valve that prevents water from entering the pipes until a fire alarm triggers the suppression system. This approach minimizes the risk of burst pipes by keeping water out until the system detects a fire or is manually activated. Some data centers use alternative fire suppression systems that fight fires with chemicals rather than water. While water deprives a fire of heat, chemical suppressants deprive the fire of oxygen. Now, of course, it's dangerous to deprive a room of oxygen if there are people present, so chemical suppressants must be used with care. Buildings should also be protected with sensitive fire detection systems that monitor for signs of a fire, including high temperatures, smoke, and even the chemical precursors of a fire that detect fires in their incipient stage. When you're considering the risk of flooding to a facility, remember that fire suppression systems aren't the only source of water. Be sure to know the locations of standard building plumbing and try to route it so that a leak wouldn't affect the data center. Similarly, locate your data center in a portion of a facility that's unlikely to be affected by flooding caused by a natural disaster. Use moisture sensors throughout your facility to monitor for the unexpected presence of water in sensitive areas. The last environmental threat that you need to know about is electromagnetic interference, or EMI. Every piece of electronic equipment generates electromagnetic radiation, and this poses two risks. First, the electromagnetic radiation can interfere with the normal operation of systems, causing them to malfunction. Second, if an attacker is able to capture these emanations from a facility, they may be able to reconstruct the keystrokes or other activity that generated those electromagnetic signals. For this reason, data center managers should monitor for electromagnetic interference and consider designing their facilities to minimize this type of radiation. Faraday cages are one way to control EMI, but they are complex and expensive. They require building a metal cage around electronic equipment that prevents electromagnetic waves from escaping. Now, you'll rarely see Faraday cages used outside of classified government facilities and as protection for extremely sensitive scientific instruments. Many physical security controls are concentrated around the perimeter of a facility, attempting to deter, prevent, and detect intrusions before an intruder gains access to interior secured areas. Locks are a familiar type of physical security control. They restrict access through a door or other locked portal to those who possess the key required to unlock them. This key may be a traditional physical key, or it may use another authentication factor. The physical locks that you're probably most familiar with are called preset locks. They use a hardware key to lock and unlock, and they'll only work if the correct key that the lock has been preset to work with is inserted. Incorrect keys will not open the lock. If you use physical keys, you should carefully control them with a physical key management program that keeps a strong inventory of keys, tracking who has which key, and changes locks when a key is lost or stolen. Cipher locks are often used on areas where many people require access. They have a physical or electronic keypad, and individuals who wish to unlock the cipher lock must enter a combination to open it. Biometric locks use a physical characteristic of the user, such as a fingerprint, retinal pattern, or voice print to unlock the door. Card-based locks use physical cards to authorize access to a facility. These may be either physical stripe cards, proximity cards, or smart cards. One challenge with unmonitored doors, no matter what type of lock they use, is that they're prone to tailgating, an attack where one user who has legitimate access to the facility holds the door open for another individual who may not have authorized access. Man traps aim to prevent tailgating by using a series of two doors. An individual first opens the exterior door and then enters the space between the two doors, with the exterior door closing behind them. The man trap then uses cameras, scales, or other mechanisms to verify that only one person is in the man trap before allowing the individual to attempt to open the interior door. The purpose of all of these controls is to restrict facility access to individuals who are on the authorized access list. Physical security personnel should carefully maintain this list, ensuring that access is promptly revoked when no longer necessary. Organizations should monitor their facilities using a variety of sensors that detect different types of activity. Two of these are motion detection and noise detection. Video surveillance systems also play a critical role in physical security. They may act as a deterrent control when users see highly visible cameras. Video cameras may also function as a detective control, allowing someone monitoring the camera to identify an intrusion in progress. These cameras may function using a dedicated closed-circuit television or CCTV technology, or they may run over IP networks. The detection capabilities of video monitoring systems may also be filled by software that detects motion in areas where no people should be present, or detects the unexpected presence or movement of objects. In cases where lighting isn't good, video surveillance systems may use infrared detection to identify the heat patterns given off by individuals. Video surveillance systems also play an important role in security investigations, providing evidence of whether individuals were present in an area when an incident took place, and facilitating the identification of those individuals. There are many types of physical barriers that may be used to enforce perimeter security. Fences block unauthorized individuals from entering an area on foot or by vehicle. Cages may be used to safeguard data center equipment. These are especially useful in shared tenancy data centers where some individuals who have access to the data center may not be permitted to access specific equipment in that data center. Other barricades, such as the bollards shown here, block vehicles from leaving a road and crashing into a building or entering a pedestrian area. Proper lighting increases the likelihood that intruders will be noticed by security personnel or other passers-by, while signs notify individuals that trespassing is not permitted and may provide a legal basis for trespassing charges. The use of industrial camouflage seeks to hide sensitive facilities in nondescript locations. You'll find that most large data centers simply look like any other industrial building from the outside, trying not to call attention to themselves. The era of drones and unmanned aerial vehicles, or UAVs, makes industrial camouflage even more challenging, as facilities must look innocuous from both the ground and the air. Occasionally, you will need to allow visitors to access your secured facilities. It's important to have visitor control procedures in place that describe who may authorize visitor access and how visitors may behave in your facilities. Your visitor access procedure should clearly identify the allowable reasons that a visitor might access your facilities and the appropriate levels of approval required for different types of visitors in different circumstances. It should also explain what types of visitors, if any, may be granted unescorted access to the facility and who may escort other visitors. Each time a visitor enters a secure facility, you should maintain a log of that access. This may be as simple as asking visitors to sign a paper register, or it may use a more complex electronic process. All individuals inside a secure facility should wear identification badges that are clearly displayed on their person. Badges for visitors should be distinctive enough that employees can quickly recognize whether someone they encounter is a fellow employee or a visitor. If a visitor is not allowed unescorted access to the facility, the badge should clearly indicate that an escort is required. Cameras may be used to provide an added level of monitoring to areas where visitors may be present. The use of cameras should always be disclosed to visitors. Camera footage may be consulted later if any suspicious activity occurred during a visit. Depending upon the nature of your facility, you may also place personal device restrictions on visitors and maybe even employees. Some high security organizations ask that all visitors leave devices in secure lockers in the lobby, while others simply ask that visitors do not record audio, video, or photographs during their visits. The second of the 7 domains on the SSCP. The second of the 7 domains on the SSCP exam is called access CP exam is called access controls, and it accounts for 15% of the questions on the test. In the videos that follow, I'll walk you through all of the concepts that you need to know about access controls. We'll discuss how you can implement and maintain authentication methods, and we'll also cover internetwork trust architectures. You'll learn how to support and implement the access management lifecycle, and you'll discover how to administer access control systems. That's just a small sampling of the many topics we're about to cover. All right. Let's get rolling. Identity and access management controls play an important role in any organization's information security program. These access controls are so important that they constitute an entire domain of the SSCP body of knowledge. Identity and access management is the practice of ensuring that computer systems have a clear picture of the identity of each individual or resource authorized to access those systems, and that they control access in a way that prevents unauthorized individuals from accessing resources while permitting authorized individuals to perform legitimate actions. Now, the
Alright, we're gonna take this, we're gonna take a chapter 1 practice test, practice quiz. It's more of a test, 69 questions. But just on chapter 1. Just chapter 1. And we'll see how I do then. We'll see. We'll see how I do. I'm hoping I can remember a lot of this stuff because it's very similar to the Security Plus. Maddox is conducting an information audit for his organization. Which of the following elements that he discovered is least likely to be classified as PII when used in isolation? Least likely? This. Yo, come on now. Oh, that one was easy. Come on now. Oh, you gotta... So I'm gonna do yellow for everything. And then when I check them, I will change it to red if it's wrong. Change it to blue if it's right and red if it's wrong, or just not change. I don't know, whatever. Carl recently assisted in the implementation of a new set of security controls designed to comply with legal requirements. He is concerned about the long-term maintenance of those controls. Which of the following is a good way for Carl to ease his concerns? Long-term maintenance of controls, firewall rules, policy documents, security standards, periodic audits. Oh no. Comply, designed to comply. Okay, wait, he's concerned about long-term maintenance. Policy documents. Does that help ease control long-term maintenance? Could be. Security standards? That could help if he's following a security standard. Then he can be more... I think it's gonna be periodic audits. That's the best one. That's like the best one in having anything to do with like long-term time horizon-esque. I think that's the best one right there. Darlene was recently offered a consulting opportunity as a side job. She is concerned that the opportunity might constitute a conflict of interest. Which one of the following sources is most likely to provide her with the appropriate guidance? Oh, I don't think I know this one. Organizational Code of Ethics, ISC Squared Code of Ethics, Organizational Security Policy, ISC Squared. I think it's going to be the Organizational Code of Ethics. I think it's going to be that one. Which one of the following is an administrative control that can protect the confidentiality of information? Okay, so administrative control that protects confidentiality. Encryption? No. Non-disclosure agreement? Firewall fault tolerance. Yeah, this one. Okay, that one was kind of easy. Chris is worried about the laptops that his organization has recently acquired. Oh, wait, no, that his organization has Chris is worried about the laptops that his organization has recently acquired were modified by a third party to include keyloggers before they were delivered. So he's worried about keyloggers. Where should he focus his efforts to prevent this? His supply chain, his vendor contracts, his post-purchase build process, or the original equipment manufacturer? Modified by a third party. Where should he focus his efforts to prevent this? Probably, I'm thinking supply chain here. The contracts, not so much. Post-purchase build process? No. To prevent? No, that's post, so that's not it. Original equipment manufacturer? Maybe this, but no. Probably supply chain. I'm going with supply chain. ISC squared code of ethics applies to all SSCP holders. Which of the following is not one of the 4 mandatory canons of the code? Protect society, the common good, the necessary public trust and confidence, and the infrastructure. Yes, that's one. Disclose breaches of privacy, trust, and ethics. Provide diligent and competent service to the principals. Advance and protect the profession. Yes, this is it. Yes, this is it. This one? I don't know. I think it is one. I think this is not it. I think it's this one. Provide diligent and competent service to the principals. Maybe it's this one. Shoot, I don't remember. Which of the following control categories does not accurately describe a fence around a facility? Fence is physical. Is it detective? No. Is it deterrent? Yes. Is it preventative? Yes. It's not detective. Which one of the following actions might be taken as part of a business continuity plan? Restoring from backup tapes? Sure. Implementing RAID. Relocating to a cold site? Sure. Restarting business operations. Yeah, this is not. Oh, maybe yeah. Relocating to a business continuity plan. Restarting business operations? Restoring from backups can be part of the business continuity plan. Continue businesses, restore from, or is that focused more on recovery? Implementing RAID. You wouldn't implement during the plan. Or, well, I guess a plan maybe is, relocating to a cold site? Would you do that? It could be part of it. It could be. If, like, you've got no other backup sites and you want to continue business, then you gotta, relocate to a cold site. Maybe not. I don't know. Restarting business. I don't really know. This one's kind of, I don't get it. This one's kind of hard. I don't know. I'm going with this because I'm thinking this is before you do a business continuity plan. Like, I'm thinking this is like the active portion of it. Which of the following is an example of physical infrastructure hardening? Antivirus software, hardware-based network firewall, two-factor authentication, fire suppression system. Going at the fire suppression system. Mary is helping a computer user who sees the following message appear on his computer screen. What type of attack has occurred? Your personal files are encrypted. Availability, confidentiality, disclosure, availability, because you can't access. The Acme Widgets company is putting new controls in place for its accounting department. Management is concerned that a rogue accountant may be able to create a new false vendor and then issue checks to that vendor as payment for services that were never rendered. What security control can best help prevent the situation? Mandatory vacation, separation of duties, separation of duties. Beth is the security administrator for a public school district. She is implementing a new student information system and is testing the code to ensure that students are not able to alter their own grades. What principle of information security is Beth enforcing? Testing code to ensure that students are not able to alter their own grades. Integrity. For questions 13 to 15, please refer to the following scenario. Juniper Content is a web content development company with 40 employees located in 2 offices. one in New York, and a smaller office in the San Francisco Bay Area. Each office has a local area network protected by a perimeter firewall. The local area network contains modern switch equipment connected to both wired and wireless networks. Each office has its own file server, and the information technology team runs software every hour to synchronize files between the two servers, distributing content between the offices. These servers are primarily used to store images and other files related to web content developed by the company. The team also uses a SaaS-based email and document collaboration solution for much of their work. You are the newly appointed IT manager for Juniper Content, and you are working to augment existing security controls to improve the organization's security. Okay. So users in the two offices would like to access each other's file servers over the internet. What control would provide confidentiality for those communications? Digital signatures, VPN, virtual LAN, digital content management, VPN. That encrypts the communications for confidentiality. You are concerned about the availability of data stored on each office's server. You would like to add technology that would enable continued access to files located on the server, even if a hard drive in a server fails. What integrity control allows you to add robustness without adding additional servers? So concerned about availability that enables continued access to files located on the server even if a hard drive in a server fails, without adding additional servers. Okay. Server clustering, load balancing, RAID. Multiple drives in a single server. Finally, there are historical records stored on the server that are extremely important to the business and should never be modified. You would like to add an integrity control that allows you to verify on a periodic basis the files that the files were not modified. What control can you add? Historical records are important. They shouldn't be modified. You want to add an integrity control to verify that they were not modified. Hashing. An accounting employee at Doolittle Industries was recently arrested for participation in an embezzlement scheme. The employee transferred money to a personal account and then shifted funds around between other accounts every day to disguise the fraud for months. Which of the following controls might have best allowed the earlier detection of this fraud? Earlier detection. So, transferred money to personal accounts and shifted the funds between every day to disguise the fraud for months. Which following controls would allow earlier detection of this? Separation of duty, list privilege, defense in depth, mandatory. Oh, separation of duties maybe. Hold on. Transferred money to a personal account and then shifted funds around between other accounts every day. Mandatory vacation. Maybe mandatory vacation. Defense in depth, no. Least privilege, no. Separation of duties. I don't see how. Separation of duties for which actions? It's an accountant employee that transferred money to a personal account and that shifted funds around. Mandatory vacation. Because if they made him take a vacation, then someone else would come in. So I would call that like dual control. No, not dual control. Well, it could be, but that's not one of the options. I'll go with maybe this one. It could be this, but I'm thinking that if he took a control, if he had to take a vacation, someone else would come into the role and then notice it and find it faster. Yolanda is writing a document that will provide configuration information regarding the minimum level of security that every system in the organization must meet. Which type of document is she preparing? Provides configuration information. A baseline. Frank discovers a keylogger hidden on the laptop of his company's chief executive officer. What information security principles is the keylogger most likely designed to disrupt? Confidentiality. Susan is working with the management team in her company to classify data in an attempt to apply extra security controls that will limit the likelihood of a data breach. What principle of information security is Susan trying to enforce? Working with it to classify data in an attempt to apply extra security controls that will limit the likelihood of a data breach. Availability, denial, confidentiality, integrity. I'm going with confidentiality on this one. Gary is implementing a new website architecture that uses multiple small web servers behind a load balancer. What principle of information security is Gary seeking to enforce? Availability. Come on, give it. Here we go. Which of the following is not an example of a technical control? Technical control. Session timeout, yes. Password aging, yes. Encryption, yes. Data classification is not. Because that's more like an administrative or like, yeah. For questions 22 to 25, refer to the following scenario. Jasper Diamonds is a jewelry manufacturer that markets and sells custom jewelry through their website. Bethany is the manager of Jasper's software development organization, and she is working to bring the company into line with industry standard practices. She is developing a new change management process for the organization and wants to follow commonly accepted approaches. Manager of software development. She was working to bring the company to line. New change management process. Okay. Jasper would like to establish a governing body for the organization's change management efforts. What individual or groups within an organization is typically responsible for reviewing the impact of proposed changes? Chief Information Officer, Senior Leadership Team, Change Control Board, Software Developer, Change Control Board. During what phase of the change management process does the organization conduct peer review of the change for accuracy and completeness? Peer review, recording, analysis / impact assessment, approval. Probably approval. Who should the organization appoint to manage the policies and procedures surrounding change management? Project manager, change manager, system security officer, architect. To manage policies and procedures surrounding change management. The change manager. That's seems pretty self-explanatory there. Pretty apparent. Which one of the following elements is not a crucial component of a change request? Description of the change, implementation plan, backout plan, incident response plan. No, the top three are for sure, but that one is not. Ben is designing a messaging system for a bank and would like to include a feature that allows a recipient of a message to prove to a third party that the message did indeed come from the purported originator. What goal is Ben trying to achieve? Non-repudiation. What principle of information security states that an organization should implement overlapping security controls whenever possible? Least privileges, defense in depth. Come on now. Which of the following is not a goal of a formal change management program? I'm gonna sneeze. No, I'm not. Not a goal of a formal change management program. Implement change in an orderly fashion. Test changes prior to implementation. Yeah. Provide rollback plans. Yes. Inform stakeholders of changes after they occur. You do want to implement it, I guess, in an orderly. I guess it's this one that you want to tell them before it occurs. Ben is assessing the compliance of his organization with credit card security requirements. He finds payment card information stored in a database. Policy directs that he remove the information from the database, but he cannot do this for operational reasons. He obtained an exception to policy and is seeking an appropriate compensating control to mitigate the risk. What would be his best option? Hold on, let me reread that. Assessing compliance with credit card security, finds PCI stored in database. Policy directs that he remove the information from the database, but he cannot do this for operational reasons. He obtained an exception to policy and is seeking an appropriate compensating control to mitigate the risk. What's his best option? Okay, so compensating control. Purchase insurance, encrypting the database contents, removing the data, objecting to the exception. So it states that he has to remove it, but he can't do that. So the other one's going to be encrypting the database contents, which makes sense to me. You discovered that a user on your network has been using the Wireshark tool as shown here. Further investigation revealed that he was using it for illicit purposes. What pillars of information security has most likely been violated? Integrity, denial, availability, probably confidentiality. If he's listening on things. Which of the following is the first step in developing an organization's vital records program? Vital records program. First step, identifying vital records, locating vital records, archiving, identifying. That one's easy, come on now. Which one of the following security programs is designed to provide employees with the knowledge they need to perform their specific work tasks? Security programs designed to provide knowledge, awareness, training, education, indoctrination. Education? Awareness and training. Interesting, okay. Designed to provide employees with the knowledge they need to perform their specific work tasks. I'm going with training on that one. Which of the following security programs is designed to establish a minimum standard common denominator of security understanding? Establish a minimum standard common denominator of security understanding. Awareness, education, training. I'm going with education. Chris is responsible for workstations throughout his company and knows that some of the company's workstations are used to handle proprietary information. Which option best describes what should happen at the end of their life cycle for workstations he is responsible for? Which best option describes what should happen? Erasing, clearing, sanitization, destruction. What should happen at the end of their life cycle for workstations he's responsible? Erasing, clearing, sanitization, destruction. Oh man. Dang, wait, it could, I mean, probably either sanitization or destruction. It doesn't, why would you have to destroy it? At least you have to sanitize it, I think. What term is used to describe a set of common security configurations often provided by a third party? Security policy baseline. Which of the following security processes, following administrative processes, assists organizations in assigning appropriate levels of security control to sensitive information? Information classification. Yeah. Is it just me, or is this like pretty easy so far? Ben is following the NIST Special Publication 888 guidelines for sanitization disposition as shown below. He is handling information that his organization classified as sensitive, which is a moderate security categorization in the NIST model. If the media is going to be sold as surplus, what process does Ben need to follow? Categorization low, moderate, high, low. Reuse the media, sold as surplus. Yeah, so it's going to be reuse, yes. Leaving org control, no, yes. Purge. Validate, document, exit, purge. Oh, here. Purge. Validate document. Purge, validate document. There's no sanitize? Oh, is purge just means sanitize, I think? Ben has been tasked with identifying security controls for systems covered by his organization's information classification system. Why might Ben choose to use a security baseline? Applies in all circumstances? No. They are approved by industry standards bodies preventing liability. They provide a good starting point that can be tailored to organizations' need. Yeah, that one for sure. They ensure that the systems are always in a secure state. No. Retaining and maintaining information for as long as possible, as long as it is needed, is known as what? Data storage policy, data storage, asset maintenance, record retention. Is it policy? Or data storage? Record retention? I don't know. This one I might get wrong. I don't really know. Referring to the figure shown below, I'm making up words that are not there. What is going on? What is the earliest stage of a fire where it is possible to use detection technology to identify? Dude, I'm literally LLM brained, bro. That's crazy. I'm LLM brained. Because you're reading and then I say a word that's predicting based off what I said before and the context without actually reading what it is. And then I just made up the word. That's crazy. Oh, man. I just LLM brained. That's wild. That's wild. People have been doing that before LLMs. That's crazy. Dude, LLMs are just like us. He just like me for real. Whoa. Anyway, what is the earliest stage of a fire where it is possible to use detection technology to identify it? Stage 1, incipient. Stage 2, smoke, flame. To identify? Use technology to identify? Oh man, I don't know. Oh, I don't know this one. Can you identify it based off of smoke? Smoke alarm? Yeah, smoke. What type of fire suppression system fills with water when initial stages of fire are detected, and then requires a sprinkler head heat activation before dispensing the water? Fire fills with water when initial stages of a fire are detected. A dry pipe. Deluge create. Oh, I'm gonna have to read about this and jot down notes. Ralph is designing a physical security infrastructure for a new computing facility that will remain largely unstaffed. He plans to implement motion detectors in the facility, but would also like to include a secondary verification control for physical presence. Which of the following would best meet his needs? Implement motion detectors. We'll also like a secondary version control for physical presence. Turnstiles, Faraday cages. Yeah, CCTV. Referring to the figure shown here, what is the name of a security control indicated by the arrow? It's a man trap. Which one of the following does not describe a standard physical security requirement for wiring closets? Placed only in areas monitored by security guards. Do not store flammable items. Yes, that's true. Use sensors on doors to log entries. Maybe. Perform regular inspections. Yes, yes. Okay, so this one. Wait. They need to be monitored by security guards? Standard physical security requirement for wiring closet. Use sensors on doors to log entries. Probably. It's one of these two. Going with this because I don't think you would need a physical security guard to monitor that. Betty is concerned about the use of buffer overflow attacks against a custom application developed for use in her organization. Which security control would provide the strongest defense against these attacks? Firewall, IPS parameter checking, vulnerability scanning. Probably this one. Wont is retrofitting an existing door to its facility to include a lock with automation capabilities. Which one of the following types of lock is easiest to install as a retrofit to the existing door? Electric lock or magnetic lock? Easiest to install and retrofit? Dude, I don't know. What would be the difference in installing electric versus magnetic lock? Maybe magnetic lock is a little bit easier. That's what I'm thinking. Rhonda is considering the use of new identification cards for physical access control in her organization. She comes across a military system that uses the cards shown here. What type of card is this? It's got a sign and got a little chip there. Smart card, proximity card, magnetic stripe card, phase 3 card. Okay, I don't remember learning about this. Geneva Convention's identification card. It's got a thing here, so it's a chip. So is it proximity? Smart card? What's the difference between smart card and proximity card? Magnetic strip? I don't think it's this. Phase 3 card? I don't know what that is. I'm going with proximity card. Because I don't know what the smart card would mean. Which of the following facilities would have the highest level of physical security? Okay, so I'm probably going to have to read a couple sections on this. Which of the following facilities would have the highest level of physical security requirements? Data center, network closet, SCIF, cubicle work areas. SCIF. Glenda is investigating a potential privacy violation within her organization. The organization notified users that it was collecting data for product research that would last for 6 months and then disposed of that data at the end of that period. During the time that they had the data, they also used it to target a marketing campaign. Which principle of data privacy was most directly violated? Data minimization, accuracy, storage limitations, purpose limitations. This one. Which type of access control is composed of policies and procedures that support regulations, requirements, and organizations' own policies? Type composed of administrative, corrective, logical, yeah, administrative. Match each of the numbered security controls listed with exactly one of the lettered categories shown. How do I match? Do I have to draw? Match each of the numbered security controls listed with exactly one of the lettered categories. Choose the category that best describes each control. You may use each control category once, more than once, or not at all. Ooh. So how am I gonna do this? Nope. Okay, I can do that. Okay, I can do that. Password is gonna be with exactly one. Okay, so password is technical. User account reviews, that's administrative. Badge readers? Is that a physical thing? A badge reader. I'm gonna go with physical. MFA, that's technical. IDP? Wait, what is IDP? What is IDP? I'm guessing that's technical. But IDP, information, IDP, intrusion detect, IDP. What is IDP? I don't know what that is. Which following access control categories would not include door lock? Physical, yes. Corrective, no. Preventative, yes. Deterrent, yes. For questions 53 and 54, please refer to the following scenario. Gary was recently hired as the first Chief Information Security Officer for a local government agency. The agency recently suffered a security breach and is attempting to build a new information security program. Gary would like to apply some best practices for security operations as he is designing this program. As Gary decides what access permissions he should grant to each user, what principle should guide his decisions about default permissions? So as he decides what access permissions, what principle should he decide? Oh, least privilege. As Gary designs the program, he uses the matrix shown below. What principle of information security does the matrix most directly help enforce? Roles and tasks. Roles / tasks, okay. And then this is application for security administrator. Oh wait, what? This is the same here as here. Oh, it's showing where they work together? I don't understand. Potential areas of conflict. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Segregation of duties. Aggregation, two-person control. Separation of duties. Why is it segregation of duties here and separation of duties here? Is that to make this wrong? How do I unhighlight this? What the heck? It's just getting stronger and stronger highlight. Bro, it's just going over and over. How do I delete the highlight? Bruh. Yo, it's completely blacked out. What is this? Okay, well. Oops. Aggregation, two-person control, defense, and depth. Okay, so it's not this. I don't know what aggregation is. So no, two-person control. I'm gonna stick with the first. Why? I didn't even want to highlight, bro. Okay, I'm sticking with that. I don't know. Lydia is processing access control requests for her organization. She comes across a request where the user does have the required security clearance, but there is no business justification for the access. Lydia denies this request. What security principle is she following? Need to know. Helen is implementing a new security mechanism for granting employees administrative privileges in the accounting system. She designs the process so that both employees manager and the accounting manager must approve the request before the access is granted. What information security principle is Helen enforcing? Implementing a new thing for granting employee administrative privileges. She designs the process that both the employee's manager and the accounting manager must approve. Two-person control. Dual control. Which of the following is not true about the ISC Squared Code of Ethics? Adherence to the code is a condition of certification. Yes. Failure to comply with the code may result in revocation. Yes. Code applies to all members of information security profession. Members who observe a breach of the code are required to report the policy violation. Yeah, so not this one, because not everyone is ISC Squared certified. Javier is verifying that only IT system administrators have the ability to log on to servers used for administrative purposes. What principle of information security is he enforcing? Verifying that only IT has ability. He's not enforcing two-person. He's not enforcing need to know. So it's either least privilege or transitive trust. I don't know what this is. I don't know what transitive trust is. It might be that, but least privilege. I don't know what this might. I think it might be this, but I don't know what that is. Connor's company recently experienced a denial of service attack that Connor believes came from an inside source. If true, what type of events has the company experienced? Espionage, confidentiality breach, sabotage, integrity breach. A denial of service attack. Denial of service attack? Sabotage, maybe? Which of the following is not a canon of ISC squared code of ethics? Protect society, common good, necessary public trust, and the infrastructure. Yes. Promptly report security vulnerabilities to relevant authorities. Act honorably, justly, responsibly, and legally. Provide diligent and competent service to principals. Security vulnerabilities to relevant authorities. I've seen this multiple times, so maybe it is that. Maybe it's not this one. When designing an access control scheme, Hilda set up roles so that the same person does not have the ability to provision a new user account and assign these super user privileges to an account. What information security principles will the following? Least privilege separation duties. Which of the following tools helps system administrators by providing a standard secure template of configuration settings for operating systems and applications? Which of the following tools providing a standard secure template for configuration settings? Security guidelines based on configuration. Tracy is preparing to apply a patch to her organization's enterprise resource planning system. She is concerned that the patch may introduce flaws that did not exist in prior versions, so that she plans to conduct a test that will compare previous responses to input with those produced by the newly patched application. What type of testing is Tracy planning? Unit testing, acceptance testing, regression testing, vulnerability testing. Oh shoot, I don't know. Is it acceptance testing? No. Regression testing? Unit testing. Unit testing is like testing like one part of a piece of code at a time. Maybe this one, I don't know. Which of the following security practices suggest that an organization should deploy multiple overlapping security controls to meet security objectives? Defines in depth. What technology asset management practice would an organization use to ensure that systems meet baseline security standards? Ensure baseline. Change management, configuration management. This one? Yeah. The large business that Jack works for has been using non-centralized logging for years. They have recently started to implement centralized logging, however, and as they reviewed logs, they discovered a breach that appeared to have involved a malicious insider. How can Jack best ensure accountability for actions taken on systems in his environment? Ensure accountability. Review the logs to require digital signatures for each log. Require authentication for all actions taken and capture logs centrally. Log the use of administrative credentials, encrypt log data in transit. Require authorization and capture logs centrally. Maybe B. Veronica is responsible for her organization's asset management program. During which stage of the process would she select the controls that will be used to protect assets from theft? Implementation/assessment. Operations/maintenance, inventory and licensing, process planning, design. This one. Under what type of software license does the recipient of the software have an unlimited right to copy, modify, distribute, or resell a software package? Have unlimited GNU public license, freeware, open source, public domain. Public domain, I think, is the most free. I thought it was all of. Wait, hold on. Unlimited right to copy, modify, distribute, or resell. GNU public license, freeware, and open source. I think open source. Dang, I don't know. I feel like it's multiple of these. What's the difference? When an attacker called an organization's help desk and persuaded them to reset a password due to the help desk employee's trust and willingness to help, what type of attack succeeded? Social engineering. That was easy, I feel like. Let's see what I got. Did you not? Yeah, okay, there we go. How do I zoom? There we go. Or just this? No. Bro. Okay, that works. One B. Nice. Wait, so... Okay, that works, I guess. Or should I just leave them yellow? Dang, this thing has the functionality of this whoever designed the functionality of the highlighting feature on this is like retarded. It completely sucks. Anyway, number 2, D. And actually, that kind of works out because it turns it green for correct. That's kind of nice, actually. 3 is A. Nice. 4B. Easy. Come on now. 5A. 6B. Oh, I got it wrong. Uh-oh. IC Code of Ethics. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the one. Okay. Oh, so this is one of the things. This one is not. Oh, act. I don't know if we did. Okay, but not this one. Okay, okay. 7 is B. 8 B. Easy. 9 D. Easy. 10 A. Easy. 11 B. Easy. 12 A. Easy. 13 B. Easy. 14 C. Easy. 15 A. Easy. 16 D. Easy. 17 B. Easy. 18 A. Easy. 19 C. Easy. Oops. 20 D. Easy. 21 D. Easy. Wait. What? Oh, okay, I see. 22, C, easy. 23, B. What the? What was this? During what phase of the change management process the organization conduct peer review? Analysis and impact assessment? Okay. So wrong, incorrect. 24, B, easy. 25, D, easy. 26, D, easy. 27, C, easy. 28, D, easy. 29, B, easy. 30, D, easy. 31, A, easy. 32, B, easy. 33, D. What the? How is it not education? That's what the? That's what that is. 34, C, easy. 35, B, easy. 36, A, easy. 37, D, easy. Uh-oh. 38, C, easy. 39, D. What the? Oh yeah, this one I didn't know. Record retention. Okay, that kind of makes sense. $40B. What the? It can be detected at the incipient stage. Air ionization takes place, and specialized incipient fire detection systems can identify these changes. Okay, well, I didn't know that one, so. $41. D. What the? Pre-action? Yeah, I gotta study this. What type of fire suppression fills the water when the initial stages of the fire are detected, and then requires a sprinkler head heat activation before... Oh, I should have read that carefully because that kind of makes sense. 42, A, easy. 43, A, easy. 44, A, easy. 45, C. What the? What? Betty's concerned about use of buffer overflow attack. What is a parameter checking? Parameter checking or input. Are you kidding me? I've never heard it called parameter checking. Just call it input validation. It's literally called input validation every single place, everywhere. I've never even heard of parameter checking. What even is that? Just call it input validation. I would have had that right. That's stupid. Input validation. No one calls it parameter checking. It's called input validation. Bruh. 46C. Oh, I got this one right. I had no idea about this one. Hold on, let me highlight that to review. Magnetic lock may usually be retrofitted to an existing door with a minimum effort. Installing an electric lock usually requires replacing the entire door. Interesting, okay. So I got that one right. Rhonda's is considering the use of new identification. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, 7. Okay, 47. A. What the? Is this smart? What's the difference between smart card and proximity card? That's the one I had no idea. Card shown in the image has a smart chip underneath the American flag. Therefore, it's an example of a smart card, the most secure type of identification card technology. What's the difference between that and proximity card? Doesn't proximity card use a chip? Like an RFID chip or something like that? 48, C, easy. 49, D, easy. 50, D, easy. 51, okay. This is where it gets real. Passwords? How do I check this? I can't even, how do you check the notes? How does this even work? Oh. B, technical, okay. 2 is A, administrative, okay, nice. C, or 3 is C, nice. 4, B, technical, nice. I don't even know what the last one is. I don't know what IDP is. B, tech, I got it right anyway, let's go. Wait, what? Passwords and MFA techniques and intrusion prevention systems are all examples of technical controls. That's not IPS, that's IDP. What the heck? Is this a typo? No, it's not, because he did it twice. Wait. What is IDP and why is it doing IPS? Okay, I guess that's IPS. I don't know what that is. Intrusion detection / prevention? Is that what that is? That's the only thing I could think of. Count reviews are an administrative... Okay. Well, I got it right, so that's good. Hold on, wait. I need to mark these as good. 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 52. B. Nice. Easy. 53. B. Easy. 54. I didn't know about this one. A. I got it right. Nice. Easy. Not actually that easy. 55. A. Easy. 56. B. Easy. 57. C. Easy. 58. B. Easy. 59. C. Easy. 60. B. Easy. Come on, let's keep it going, baby. Let's get a good end. Let's get a good end here. 61. B. Easy. 62. C. Easy. 63. Oh, this one, yeah, I had no idea. 63. Regression testing. Okay, interesting. Wait, here. Regression testing is software testing that runs a set of known inputs against an application and then compares the results to those produced by an earlier version of the software. Designed to capture unanticipated consequences of deploying new code versions prior to introducing them to a production environment. Okay, I just gotta know that one then. Regression testing. 64. Final stretch, let's get it. 64A, nice, easy. 65, C, nice, easy. 66, B, easy. That one I could have gotten wrong. That's nice. 67, D, easy. 68, D, easy. Let's go. Hold on, I'm gonna highlight that one as review. If software released into public domain, anyone may use it for any purpose. All other licenses contain some level of restriction. Yeah, that's what I figured. 69, B, easy. Let's go. So I gotta count how many I got wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh man, I'm not doing good. 9. So I got 60 out of 69. 87%. Oh, dude, I should have got 90. First try 90%. That's unacceptable. I mean, that for first try, first attempt, that's okay, but like not for me. I need 90%, bro. I need 90%. Hold on, I gotta record this somewhere. Where should I put this? Practice test? Yeah. Chapter 1? Is this the one I'm using? Yeah, I think that's what I'm using. Wait, Mike Chapel, yeah. Second edition. Yeah, this is the one, okay. Chapter 1, I got 60 out of 69 equals 87%. Bam. Start the break. Perfect timing. Chapter 2, chapter 3, 4. Wait, how many chapters are there? I think 7? That went pretty well. Why is this... What? How come this... Access controls? I'm not on access controls. I watched all these. Wait. No, I didn't. Never mind. This was correct. I'm retarded. Alright. Okay. Next. Review. Okay. Actually, I should review some of that. Anyway, I'm on break. Oh, I had the mic on? Tough.
controls play an important role in any organization's information security program. These access controls are so important that they constitute an entire domain of the SSCP body of knowledge. Identity and access management is the practice of ensuring that computer systems have a clear picture of the identity of each individual or resource authorized to access those systems, and that they control access in a way that prevents unauthorized individuals from accessing resources, while permitting authorized individuals to perform legitimate actions. Now, the concept of identity can be a little confusing when discussed in the theoretical language of identity and access management. Let's take a look at some of the terminology commonly used in this area by using the example of a college campus. First, an entity is the foundation of the identity model. In the case of people, an entity is an actual physical person. Here, we have two person entries, Alice and Bob. Each entity may have one or more identities. In the case of people, identities normally correspond to roles that an individual plays within an organization. In our example, Alice has only one identity at our college. She's a faculty member. Bob, on the other hand, has 3 different identities. He works full-time in the college IT department, so he has an identity as a staff member. He also earned his bachelor's degree at the college, so he is an alumnus. And he is currently studying for a master's degree, making him a student. So here we have 4 identities overall: faculty member, staff member, alumnus, and student. Each of these identities has a collection of attributes that describe the entity. For example, let's look at Bob's alumnus identity. There would be many attributes associated with that identity. For example, Bob studied computer science, so he has the major attribute with the value computer science. He graduated in 2015, so he has the graduation year attribute of 2015, and he donates to the institution, so he has an attribute of donor set to yes. Now, there would likely be many more attributes associated with this identity, and other identities may have overlapping attributes. For example, a student identity would also have major and graduation year, but it may contain information not found in an alumni record, such as whether the student is on a meal plan. Now, it's important to note that entities are not always people. Entities can be physical or virtual objects and groups as well. Some other examples of entities include business units, servers, network segments, and access groups. Identity and access management programs use these identities to control physical and logical access to information, systems, devices, and facilities. The rest of this course will dive into those details. As security professionals, one of the most important things that we do is to ensure that only authorized individuals gain access to information, systems, and networks under our protection. The access control process consists of 3 steps that you must understand. These steps are identification, authentication, and authorization. During the first step of the process, identification, an individual makes a claim about their identity. The person trying to gain access doesn't present any proof at this point, they simply make an assertion. It's important to remember that the identification step is only a claim, and the user could certainly be making a false claim. Imagine a physical world scenario where you want to enter a secure office building where you have an appointment. During the identification step of the process, you might walk up to the security desk and say, "Hi, I'm Mike Chappell." Proof comes into play during the second step of the process, authentication. During the authentication step, the individual proves their identity to the satisfaction of the access control system. In our office building example, the guard would likely want to see my driver's license to confirm my identity. And just proving your identity isn't enough to gain access to a system, however. The access control system also needs to be satisfied that you are allowed to access the system. That's the third step of the access control process, authorization. In our office building example, the security guard might check a list of that day's appointments to see if it includes my name. When you get ready for the exam, it's very important that you remember the distinction between the identification and authentication phases. Be ready to identify the phase associated with an example of a mechanism. As so far, we've talked about identification, authentication, and authorization in the context of gaining physical access to a building. Let's talk about how these concepts apply in the digital world. When we go to log into a system, we most often identify ourselves using a username, most likely composed of some combination of the letters from our name. When we reach the authentication phase, we're commonly asked to enter a password. There are many other ways to authenticate, and we'll talk about those later in this course, as well as how strong access control systems combine multiple authentication approaches. Finally, in the digital world, authorization often takes the form of access control lists that itemize the specific permissions granted to an individual user or group of users. Users proceed through the identification, authentication, and authorization processes when they request access to a resource. In addition to this process, access control systems also provide accounting functionality that allows administrators to track user activity and reconstruct it from logs. Together, the activities of authentication, authorization, and accounting are commonly described as AAA. As you design access control systems, you'll need to think about the mechanisms that you use to perform each of these tasks. You'll also want to consider the environments supported by identity and access management mechanisms. In a modern computing environment where organizations combine resources from both cloud and on-premises systems, you'll want an identity and access management system that can work across both cloud and on-premises environments. Identification is one of the basic requirements of any access control system. Users must have a way to identify themselves uniquely to a system using technology that ensures that they will not be confused with any other user of the system. Let's talk about two common identification mechanisms: usernames and access cards. Usernames are, by far, the most common means of identification for digital systems. Organizations typically provide every individual who will access their computing systems with a unique identifier that they use across all systems. Commonly, usernames take the form of a first initial and last name or a similar pattern that makes it easy for someone seeing the username to identify the person who owns it. Now remember, usernames are for identification, not authentication, so there's no need to keep them secret. Obvious usernames make everyone's lives easier. Organizations also commonly use access card-based identification systems. Many organizations issue employee identification cards to their entire staff, and that card often acts as the primary proof of employment. Some cards also serve as access control devices for entering buildings or sensitive areas. They sometimes also provide access to digital systems. In these cases, identification cards may serve as both an identification and an authentication tool. Card-based systems require the use of a reader, and the reading mechanism varies across card systems. The most basic card readers use magnetic stripes, similar to the one that appears on the back of your credit cards. These magnetic stripes are easily duplicated with readily available equipment, so they should not be considered secure. Anyone who gains possession of a magnetic stripe card, or even knows how the card is encoded, can create a copy of the card. Smart cards take identification card technology to the next level by making it much more difficult to forge cards. Smart cards contain an integrated circuit chip that works with the card reader to prove the authenticity of the card. Some smart cards are read by directly inserting them into a card reader. The Department of Defense Common Access card, shown here, is one such card. Chip and pin credit cards use similar technology. Are read by directly in the card. Smart cards take identification card technology to the next level by making it much more difficult to forge cards. Smart cards contain an integrated circuit chip that works with the card reader to prove the authenticity of the card. Some smart cards are read by directly inserting them into a card reader. The Department of Defense Common Access card, shown here, is one such card. Chip and pin credit cards use similar technology. When a user wants to identify to a system, they insert the smart card into the reader that interacts with the card's chip. Contactless smart cards, or proximity cards, simply need to be placed near the reader. An antenna in the card communicates with the reader. Some of these cards, known as passive cards, must be placed into or extremely close to the reader to work properly. They receive power from the reader that energizes the chip, so they last indefinitely. Other known as chip. Contactless smart cards or proximity cards simply need to be placed near the reader. An antenna in the card communicates with the reader. Some of these cards, known as passive cards, must be placed into or extremely close to the reader to work properly. They receive power from the reader that energizes the chip, so they last indefinitely. Other proximity cards, known as active cards, contain batteries and transmitters. They use these batteries and can then transmit over longer distances and be read from several feet away. Toll transponders use this technology. The disadvantage to active cards is that they contain batteries and must be replaced periodically. Whichever technology you use, an identification system must at least satisfy the basic requirement of uniquely identifying system users. Biometrics provide a means of identifying someone based upon one or more physical characteristics. They often act as both identification and authentication mechanisms and fall into a category of authentication factors known as something you are. Good biometric authentication techniques balance the difficulty of use with the degree of security that they provide. Effective systems provide easy enrollment. The initial setup of a user may require administrator assistance, but it's accomplished fairly quickly and with a minimum of fuss. They also have low false acceptance rates. They don't admit unauthorized people inadvertently. These systems should also have low false rejection rates, meaning that they don't turn people away who should be admitted. And finally, they should have low intrusiveness. They should pass the creepiness test with users. There are a wide variety of biometric authentication techniques in use today. Fingerprint readers are commonly found on laptop computers, smartphones, tablets, and similar devices. Using a fingerprint, the user completes a self-enrollment process when they set up their account, and the fingerprint serves as both an identification and authentication tool. These processes are well liked because they have low false acceptance and rejection rates, and they're not usually seen as overly intrusive. Eye scans examine either the color patterns of the iris or the blood vessel patterns in the retina. Many users dislike eye scans because they feel intrusive, so they're not commonly used outside of high-security physical buildings. Voice print identification asks users to repeat a phrase and then compares their voice to a stored sample. Voice print identification is subject to replay attacks where an attacker records the user's voice, so they're not commonly used unless they're combined with other authentication tools. Facial recognition technology scans a user's face and compares it to a stored image. Many users consider this technology pretty creepy. In the past, facial recognition technology had a high false rejection rate, but the technology has improved over the years and is becoming more commonplace. These aren't the only biometric techniques in use today. You'll find systems out there that analyze the vein patterns in your hand, the geometry of your hand, and even your gait as you walk. Biometric identification is increasing in popularity as users turn away from the inconvenience of identifying and authenticating themselves with a keyboard. As authentication tools, they're much harder to fool than passwords and other knowledge-based approaches. In every identity and access management solution, users must be given initial credentials when they are created in the system as entities. The registration process includes gathering information about a user and creating a corresponding entity in the system. The identity proofing process ensures that the user presenting themselves for registration is who they claim to be. Let's take a look inside these processes. Registration consists of 4 steps. First, someone must make a request for the creation of a new entity in the system. For example, a hiring manager might initiate a request to create an entity for a new employee once that new employee accepts a job offer. Second, someone must approve the request. This should be someone different from the requester, and approval authority should be clearly defined in policy. In the example of hiring a new employee, the request might require approval by a department manager, or if the requester is the department manager, a higher-level leader. Third, the registration authority performs identity proofing and other checks as required by policy. The registration authority is typically a centralized role, and it's often found in human resources departments. I'll return to explore identity proofing in greater detail in just a moment. Finally, someone issues the credentials to the individual. In many organizations, this may be done by the registration authority, but best practice dictates that it's a fourth individual involved in the process. Separation of duties is extremely important during the registration process. Involving 4 different people reduces the likelihood of error or fraudulent activity. For example, separating the requester and approver roles ensures that 2 different individuals in the organization agree that a new entity should be created. If the requester creates a request for someone who is not being hired, the approver should catch that and block the action. It's unlikely that this type of fraud would be detected later in the chain, and because the registration and issuing steps are often performed by central organizations that may not know the individuals involved. Similarly, separating those 2 roles from the identity proofing role ensures that an independent party is performing the checks. The identity proofer can verify that the requester and approver were authorized to perform those actions, and then independently establish the identity of the new entity. Finally, separating the identity proofer and issuer roles provides a final check on the process. The issuer can verify that all of the steps were followed before providing credentials to the individual. Identity proofing is an important step in the process. Once an individual has credentials, they may use them as proof of identity. Therefore, during the issuing process, the organization must take extra care to ensure that they accurately verify identity. The level of identity proofing performed may vary from organization to organization, and it may include both the establishment of that person's identity and background check processes. For example, NIST suggests requiring the presentation of 2 independent forms of photo identification. In the United States, these should be approved identity documents from the list of acceptable sources maintained by the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services Department. These include driver's licenses, state IDs, passports, military IDs, and similar documents. In other countries, consult lists provided by the local government. The idea is that you want to use documents that provide strong establishment of identity. Organizations may also wish to include fingerprinting in their process. Now, this might be overkill for non-governmental organizations, but government agencies often use fingerprints to check against criminal and military records to see if they match undisclosed identities. Finally, you should also include background checks. The government may perform highly intrusive background checks for sensitive positions, but most companies perform at least a criminal background check. Upon completion of the identity proofing process, the organization has a high degree of confidence in the individual's identity and can then issue credentials. Once you've identified yourself to a system, you must prove that claim of identity. That's where authentication comes into play. Digital systems offer many different authentication techniques that allow users to prove their identity. We'll take a look at 3 different authentication factors: something you know, something you are, and something you have. By far, the most common authentication factor is something you know. Typically, knowledge-based authentication comes in the form of a password that the user remembers and enters into a system during the authentication process. Users should choose strong passwords consisting of as many characters as possible, and they should combine characters from multiple classes, such as uppercase and lowercase letters, digits, and symbols. One of the best ways to create a strong password is to actually use a passphrase instead. For example, you might choose the easily memorable phrase, "chocolate-covered strawberries are for me," and then write it like this instead. That gives you a strong, complex password that's easy to remember and hard to guess. Password keys are another form of knowledge-based authentication. Password keys are secret encryption keys that are used to manage access to a system. The second authentication factor is something you are. Biometrics measure one of your physical characteristics, such as a fingerprint, eye pattern, face, or voice. The third authentication factor, something you have, requires the user to have physical possession of a device, such as a smartphone or authentication token key fob like the one shown here. The strength of techniques used by each of these authentication factors may be measured by the number of errors that it generates. There are 2 basic types of errors in authentication systems. False acceptance errors occur when the system misidentifies an individual as an authorized user and grants access that should be denied. This is a very serious error because it allows unauthorized access to the system, device, information, or facility. The frequency of these errors is measured by the false acceptance rate, or FAR. False rejection errors occur when an authorized individual attempts to gain access to a system, but is incorrectly denied access. This is not as serious as a false acceptance because it doesn't jeopardize confidentiality or integrity, but it is still a serious error because it jeopardizes the legitimate availability of resources. The frequency of these errors is measured by the false rejection rate, or FRR. The false acceptance rate and false rejection rates are not by themselves good measures of the strength of an authentication factor because they may be easily manipulated. On one extreme, administrators may configure a system to simply admit nobody at all, giving it a perfect false acceptance rate, but also a very high false rejection rate. Similarly, if the system allows anyone to access it, it has a perfect false rejection rate, but an unacceptably high false acceptance rate. The solution to this is to use a balanced measure of strength called the crossover error rate. This is the efficacy rate that occurs when administrators tune the system to have equal false acceptance and false rejection rates. In the last video, you learned how digital systems offer many different authentication techniques that allow users to prove their identity. The three major recognized authentication factors are something you know, such as a password, something you are, such as a fingerprint, and something you have, such as a smartphone. When used alone, any one of these techniques provides some security for systems. However, they each have their own drawbacks. For example, an attacker might steal a user's password through a phishing attack. Once they have the password, they can then use that password to assume the user's identity. Other authentication factors aren't foolproof either. If you use smart card authentication to implement something you have, the user may lose the smart card. Someone coming across it may then use it to impersonate the user. The solution to this problem is to combine authentication techniques from multiple factors, such as combining something you know with something you have. This approach is known as multi-factor authentication. Take the two techniques that we just discussed, passwords and smart cards. When used alone, either one is subject to hackers either gaining knowledge of the password or stealing a smart card. However, if an authentication system requires both a password, something you know, and a smart card, something you have, it brings added security. If the hacker steals the password, they don't have the required smart card, and vice versa. It suddenly becomes much more difficult for the attacker to gain access to the account. Because something you know and something you have are different factors, this is an example of multi-factor authentication. We can combine other factors as well. For example, a fingerprint reader, something you are, might also require the entry of a PIN, something you know. This is also multi-factor authentication. When evaluating multi-factor authentication, it's important to remember that the techniques must come from different factors. An approach that combines a password with the answer to a security question is not multi-factor authentication because both factors here are something you know. When you take the exam, you'll likely find a question about multi-factor authentication. Be careful to ensure that the authentication techniques come from two different factors. Mistaking two something you know techniques for multi-factor authentication is a common exam mistake. In the last video, you learned how organizations achieve multi-factor authentication by combining authentication approaches from two different categories. The most common approach is to combine something you know, such as a password or PIN, with something you have, such as a physical token. Let's talk about ways that you can implement authentication based upon something the user has in his or her possession. Traditionally, organizations implemented something you have authentication using physical tokens like this one. They're small hardware devices that the user typically carries on a keychain. When the need to authenticate arises, the user first provides a username and password, satisfying the something you know criteria. The system then prompts the user to provide an authentication code. The user pulls out his or her token and presses the button. The token then displays a code that the user enters into the system, proving physical possession of the token and completing the authentication sequence. The cost of providing thousands of users with physical tokens can add up quickly, and users simply don't like the burden of carrying a token around with them all of the time. The rapid spread of smartphones led to the adoption of soft token technology, which has quickly replaced the use of physical tokens in many organizations. Soft tokens are simply apps that run on a user's smartphone, such as the Google Authenticator app that you see here. Soft tokens generate a constantly changing series of codes. When an authentication system prompts the user to enter a code from the token, the user simply opens the app and reads off the current code. The codes provided on both hardware and software tokens are known as one-time passwords, or OTPs. There are two different protocols for generating these codes. The HMAC-based one-time password algorithm, HOTP, uses a shared secret and an incrementing counter to generate the code displayed on the token. The code changes whenever the button is pushed, and the code is valid until it is used. This hardware token uses HOTP. The time-based one-time password algorithm, TOTP, doesn't use a counter. Instead, it uses the time of day in conjunction with a shared secret. This means that the code changes constantly and is only valid until the token generates the next code. The token and the authentication system must have synchronized clocks for TOTP to function correctly. The Google Authenticator soft token uses TOTP. Another way of providing something you have authentication is through the use of smart cards, which contain embedded microchips. The U.S. Department of Defense uses smart cards widely and branded their program the Common Access Card, or CAC, shown here. Notice the small integrated circuit chip on the card. When the user authenticates with a smart card, he or she inserts it in a special reader attached to the computer. The reader then verifies the information on the chip to verify the card's authenticity. Tokens and smart cards both provide tremendous security boosts when added to an authentication system. Combining traditional knowledge-based authentication with a something you have factor greatly reduces the risk of account compromise. Many access control systems rely upon password-based mechanisms to implement something you know security. One of the most common applications of password security is to secure virtual private networks and other remote access technologies. Let's take a look at the protocols used to implement remote access password security. The Password Authentication Protocol, or PAP, is the earliest of these protocols. In this protocol, the client wishes to authenticate to a server, and both the client and the server know the user's password. The client simply transmits the username and password to the server, and the server validates the password. That's about as simple as it gets and successfully implements password authentication. But there's a major flaw to this approach. PAP does not use any encryption to protect the communication. Anyone able to eavesdrop on the connection can read the username and password from the network. For this reason, PAP should never be used except under circumstances where the approach, and both the client and the server know the user. Many access control systems rely upon password-based mechanisms to implement something you know security. One of the most common applications of password security is to secure virtual private networks and other remote access technologies. Let's take a look at the protocols used to implement remote access password security. The Password Authentication Protocol, or PAP, is the earliest of these protocols. In this protocol, the client wishes to authenticate to a server, and both the client and the server know the user's password. The client simply transmits the username and password to the server, and the server validates the password. That's about as simple as it gets and successfully implements password authentication. But there's a major flaw to this approach. PAP does not use any encryption to protect the communication. Anyone able to eavesdrop on the connection can read the username and password from the network. For this reason, PAP should never be used except under circumstances where the transmission is encrypted by other means. The Challenge Handshake Authentication Protocol, or CHAP, is a secure alternative to PAP that accomplishes the same objective by a much more secure mechanism. In CHAP, both the client and the server have prior knowledge of a shared secret. Neither one wants to transmit that secret over the network because it would compromise the security of the system. Instead, they work through a process where they prove to each other that they both know the secret without actually exchanging the secret value over the network. Here's how that works. Once they establish the link, the server sends a random value to the client. This is known as the challenge value. When the client receives the challenge, it combines the challenge with the secret and computes a cryptographic hash of the two values. This hash is irreversible, meaning that it is not possible to retrieve the input if you have the hash output. The client then transmits the hash value back to the server. This is known as the response. The server receives the response and stores it in memory. It then computes its own hash value by using the same hash function on the challenge that it sent to the client and the shared secret that they both know. The server then compares the response it computed with the response that it received from the client. If the two values match, the server knows that the client's secret is identical to its secret, and it authenticates the client without ever having to send the actual secret password over the network. CHAP is a much more secure alternative to PAP, and it's an acceptable technology for use in modern applications. Now, Microsoft created their own version of the CHAP protocol and called it MS-CHAP for Microsoft CHAP. They later released a second version of the protocol called MS-CHAP v2. It's important to note that both versions of MS-CHAP have been broken and are now considered insecure. Identification and authentication can be an annoying process for end users and difficult to manage for organizations. The concepts of federation and single sign-on seek to reduce some of this burden. Federated identity management leverages the fact that a single individual may have accounts across a wide variety of systems. When organizations agree to federate their identity management systems, they share some of this information across the systems. This reduces the number of individual identities that a user must have and eases the burden on both the user and the organization. You're probably already familiar with some federated identity management systems. When you log on to websites using your Google account, Facebook, or Twitter account, you're using federated identity management. Single sign-on goes a step further and shares authenticated sessions across systems. Many organizations create single sign-on solutions within their organizations to help users avoid the burden of repeatedly authenticating. Windows-based enterprises often use Active Directory for their centralized identity store. This facilitates logging into Windows systems and other services that support Active Directory authentication. Microsoft also offers Active Directory Federation Services, ADFS, to facilitate integration of Active Directory with other service providers, enabling a true single sign-on experience. In a single sign-on approach, users log on to the first single sign-on enabled system that they encounter, and then that login session persists across other systems until it reaches its expiration. If the organization sets the expiration period to be the length of a business day, it means that users only need to log on once per day and that their single sign-on will last the entire day. The higher education community has their single sign-on need to log on once per that they encounter, and then that in a single sign-on approach, users log on to the first single sign-on enabled system that they encounter, and then that login session persists across other systems until it reaches its expiration. If the organization sets the expiration period to be the length of a business day, it means that users only need to log on once per day and that their single sign-on will last the entire day. The higher education community has a significant need for federated identity management because faculty and students often move between and work across institutions. A consortium of colleges and universities banded together to create an open-source single sign-on system called Shibboleth that is designed to work in federated situations. Trust relationships across different authentication domains are described in terms of their direction and their transitivity. Let's talk about direction first. Trust can be either one-way or two-way. If a one-way trust exists from domain 1 to domain 2,
Domain 1 will trust authenticated sessions from Domain 2, but Domain 2 will not trust sessions from Domain 1. If the trust relationship is two-way, Domains 1 and 2 will mutually trust each other. The second attribute of a domain trust is its transitivity. Trusts can be either transitive or non-transitive. In a transitive trust, trust relationships transfer across domains. For example, if Domain 1 has a transitive trust with Domain 2, and Domain 2 has a transitive trust with Domain 3, Domains 1 and 3 will have a trust relationship as well, without the administrator explicitly creating that trust. In a non-transitive trust, on the other hand, the trust relationship will not be automatically inferred. Domain 1 will not trust Domain 3 unless the administrator explicitly creates that trust.
Well-designed networks group systems into network segments based upon their security level. Let's talk about some of the more common security zones. We'll begin with a network border firewall. Typical border firewalls have 3 network interfaces because they connect 3 different security zones together. One interface connects to the internet or another untrusted network. This is the interface between the protected networks and the outside world. Generally speaking, firewalls allow many different types of connections out to this network when they're initiated by a system on more trusted networks, but they block most inbound connection attempts from the internet zone, allowing only those that meet the organization's security policy. A second interface connects to the organization's intranet. This is the internal network where most systems reside. This intranet zone may be further subdivided into segments for endpoint systems, wireless networks, guest networks, data center networks, and other business needs. The firewall may be configured to control access between those subnets, or the organization may use additional firewalls to segment those networks. The third network interface connects to the DMZ network. Short for Demilitarized Zone, the DMZ is a network where you can place systems that must accept connections from the outside world, such as a mail or web server. Those systems are placed in a separate security zone because they have a higher risk of compromise. If an attacker compromises a DMZ system, the firewall still blocks them from breaching the intranet. Extranets are special intranet segments that are accessible by third parties. For example, if you need to allow vendors to access your ERP system, you might have them use a VPN to connect to an extranet that allows the limited access that they need as business partners. When you enable third-party connections, you should ensure that you have appropriate access controls in place to identify, authenticate, and authorize third-party users. As part of managing the trust between systems, security professionals must pay careful attention to the different types of interfaces used to interact with external systems. These connections, such as application programming interfaces, APIs, app extensions, and middleware, are crucial for enabling communication between different systems, both within and outside the organization. They also introduce some unique security challenges. APIs, for instance, are commonly used to facilitate integration between software applications. They're very important, but they can expose sensitive data and functions if they're not properly secured. Security professionals need to work with developers to ensure that secure coding practices are used for the development of internal APIs and the use of external APIs. This includes implementing authentication and authorization mechanisms, input validation, and the encryption of data in transit. It's also important to regularly audit and monitor APIs so that you can detect and respond to potential vulnerabilities or misuse. App extensions and middleware are additional layers that connect different software components. They provide necessary functions like data transformation or system communication. These components can also be points of vulnerability if they're not adequately secured. Middleware, which often handles the integration of various services, should be subjected to rigorous security controls. This might involve enforcing strict access controls, conducting regular security assessments, and ensuring that any third-party software adheres to the organization's security policies. Organizations should perform thorough due diligence when they're selecting third-party vendors, especially those that will interact with sensitive systems or data. This includes assessing their security practices and ensuring the vendor meets the organization's security requirements. You should review each vendor's compliance with relevant security standards, understand their incident response capabilities, and ensure that they conduct regular security testing. Finally, it's important to establish clear contracts that define security expectations and responsibilities. Service level agreements, or SLAs, should include specific security metrics and requirements, and organizations should maintain continuous oversight of third-party connections to ensure ongoing compliance and security. This proactive management of third-party connections helps mitigate the risks associated with external integrations and strengthens the overall security posture of the organization. Zero Trust network architecture is a relatively new network security philosophy. Now, I think that Zero Trust is a poorly chosen term, and it would probably be better phrased as Zero Trust in the network. This approach doesn't mean that nobody is trusted, but rather that the organization's security philosophy is to trust individuals rather than networks. This is a major shift away from the way that cybersecurity and networking teams designed security controls in the past. Until recently, these groups implemented firewalls and other perimeter protection technologies that were designed to keep the internet separate from the internal network and to group internal users onto different network segments. Zero Trust approaches to cybersecurity don't rely upon network location to determine authorized activity. Instead, they use strong authentication technology to confirm the identity of individual users and then grant those users appropriate permissions regardless of their location. Now, building out a Zero Trust environment requires creating a solid foundation of security technologies. Identity and access management is the cornerstone of a Zero Trust approach to cybersecurity. When the organization no longer depends upon network location to determine whether a user or device is trusted, they must then depend upon strong authentication and authorization controls to verify an individual's identity and their role within the organization. Zero Trust environments also require coordinated and sophisticated monitoring to track user and network activity, watching for anomalies that require investigation. Modern security programs incorporate the use of security information and event management (SIEM) systems that aggregate log entries received from a wide variety of security components and correlate those records to identify suspicious activity. Security orchestration, automation, and response, or SOAR platforms go even further, allowing cybersecurity teams to program responses to potential security incidents through the use of automated incident response playbooks. The combination of SIEM and SOAR technologies provides cybersecurity teams with deep visibility into network activity and the ability to respond instantaneously to security issues as they arise. As organizations move more of their computing infrastructure to the cloud, cybersecurity teams must work to extend existing controls into those cloud services. The proliferation of cloud services can make it very difficult to design and enforce consistent security policies across a variety of ever-changing cloud services. Cloud Access Security Brokers, or CASB solutions, simplify this burdensome task, allowing security teams to create a set of coherent security policies in a central location and then automatically apply those policies to cloud services used by the organization. CASB platforms also provide the ability to monitor use of those cloud services, watching for indications of unauthorized activity. Endpoints remain an important focus of security efforts in a Zero Trust environment. Although Zero Trust approaches minimize the damage that an attacker can cause simply by taking control of an endpoint, the risk remains that a compromised endpoint can lead to a compromised user account, causing a significant security problem. Endpoint detection and response, or EDR platforms, also play an important role in Zero Trust environments. They monitor endpoints for signs of compromise, and they can automatically remediate security issues as they arise, keeping the network safe for everyone. EDR technology complements the use of configuration management, anti-malware software, and other traditional endpoint security controls. Modern authentication often takes place over the web.
and the Security Assertion Markup Language, SAML, allows browser-based single sign-on across a variety of systems. There are three actors in a SAML request. First, there is the end user who wants to use a web-based service. In SAML language, the end user is known as the principal. Second, there is the organization providing the proof of identity, usually the end user's employer, school, or other account provider. This organization is known as the identity provider. Finally, there is the web-based service that the end user wishes to access. This organization is known as the service provider. Here's how web-based single sign-on works using SAML. First, the end user principal requests access to a resource from the service provider. The service provider checks to see if the user has a logged-in session, and if so, just skips ahead and grants access. Let's follow the case where the user is not already logged in, however. In this case, the service provider redirects the user to the single sign-on service from the user's identity provider. The user then tries to authenticate to the identity provider using a username and password or other authentication technique. The key here is that the user must authenticate to the identity provider. The identity provider then creates an XHTML form customized for the service provider. The user has to use this information to request what's called a security assertion from the service provider. This assertion request includes proof of identity from the identity provider. The service provider then validates the request and creates a security context with the desired service and redirects the user to that service. The user then requests the desired resource, and the resource service responds by granting access. There are two huge benefits to this approach. First, after the user authenticates once to the identity provider, that authenticated session may last for a period of time specified by the identity provider. During that time period, the user does not need to re-authenticate, providing a true single sign-on experience. Second, the service provider may use the identity provider's authentication without gaining access to the user's password, which remains a shared secret between the user and the identity provider. The OAuth and OpenID Connect protocols provide a federated single sign-on experience for the web. You've probably already used these protocols, you just might not know them by those names. Many popular web services use these protocols to rely upon identity providers including LinkedIn, Google, Facebook, Amazon, and others. Let's take a look at these protocols in action. Here I am at the lynda.com homepage. When I click the Sign In button here, I'm presented with a few options. I might choose to sign on with a lynda.com account or using my own organization's single sign-on process, but the blue button here is inviting me to sign in using my LinkedIn account. When I click that button, a new tab opens, and I want you to notice a few things here. First, in the URL bar, we're left at linkedin.com domain. So this is not a lynda.com site anymore. We're now on a linkedin.com site. The second thing I want you to notice is that the word OAuth actually appears in the URL, giving me a clue that this is an OAuth authentication session. So I'm going to go ahead and log in using my LinkedIn credentials. And I'm then presented with two-factor login, which is configured on my account. So I'll go ahead and enter the code that I just received on my phone. Then I'm redirected to the lynda.com site, and now you can notice that I'm signed in, and I'm accessing my lynda.com profile, but I logged in here using my LinkedIn account. OAuth and OpenID Connect are related protocols that serve different purposes. OAuth is an authorization protocol. It doesn't perform authentication by itself. Now, this can be confusing for people because the name OAuth is ambiguous, and many people assume that it means authentication. It doesn't. The auth in OAuth means authorization. When you use OAuth, you'll see messages like the one that you see here on the screen that help you clarify the permissions that you're giving for one service to access another. Be certain to read these carefully as they contain important information about the authorization that you're granting. OpenID Connect is an authentication protocol that works with OAuth. It's the identity and authentication provider that helps users prove their identities to other services. The OAuth and OpenID Connect protocols are commonly used on the web for authentication. If you work for a firm that uses them either as an identity provider or a consumer, you'll need to know them inside out. Even if you don't use them directly, you should understand their functioning to provide good security advice to users about the information that they share with service providers. While we focus so far on situations where users need to authenticate to a system, it's also true that systems sometimes need to authenticate to each other. Now, before we dive into some of the ways this can happen, let's first talk about how digital certificates can help users authenticate to systems. Then we'll move on to how they're used for device authentication. Digital certificates may be used as an authentication factor, providing a digital version of a something you have factor. Digital certificates may be used to connect to servers by SSH, to power smart cards, and to restrict network access to specific devices. When you use digital certificates for authentication, you create a digital certificate similar to the ones used to secure websites. The certificate's purpose is to provide a trusted copy of a public key to third parties. You retain the corresponding private key to prove that you're the owner of the public key. Now let's talk about how we can use keys for authentication. I'll describe the process and then show it to you in action with an SSH connection. When you want to use keys for encryption, you first create a public-private key pair. You retain the private key as secret knowledge and then share the public key with the server you want to authenticate to. When you attempt to log into a server using key-based encryption, the server generates a random message and sends it to you. You take that message and encrypt it using your private key, and then send the encrypted version back to the server. The server decrypts the message with your public key, and if it matches the original message, the server knows that you have access to the secret private key, proving your identity. This provides basically the same level of protection as a strong password, but the major benefit is that it can be automated. One server can connect to another using certificate-based authentication without someone entering a password. Let's go ahead and give this a try on a Linux system. I'm at the Amazon Web Services Management Console, and I'm going to go ahead and create an EC2 server instance. We'll just use Amazon Linux. I'm just going to create a very basic server. All these details look fine. I'm going to go ahead and launch that server, and then when I click launch, notice that it asks me to identify the key pair that I would like to use. It talks about the public-private key concept that we just discussed. Amazon would like to know if I want to use an existing key pair or create a new one. I'm going to go ahead and create a new key pair. We'll call this test key. Then I'll click download. And notice a file named testkey.pem was just downloaded to my computer. That PEM file contains the private key from the public-private key pair that Amazon just created. The public key will be stored on the EC2 server that I'm about to create. So let's go ahead and click Launch to create that server. The server is now being launched in the cloud, and in a moment I'll be able to connect to it. I'll go ahead and look at the instances I have to see when this server is ready. And once the pending state changes to running, we'll be able to connect to this new server. Now that the server is running, I can go ahead and try a connection to it. I see that its public IP address is 54.80. Will be able to be stored on the EC2. So let's go to server. Being connected to change. Now that the server is running, I can go ahead and try a connection to it. I see that its public IP address is 54.87.188.30. I'm going to go ahead and now open a terminal window on my Mac. I'm going to switch to the Downloads folder, where I can see the testkey.pem file is stored. There it is. I'm going to go ahead and look at the contents of this file. And as you can see, this is an RSA private key. It's encoded in ASCII format here for readability purposes. This is basically the password to my server. Now I'm going to go ahead and destroy this server in just a moment, so I don't mind sharing this private key right now because it will become useless. But in general, you should never share your private key. If someone gets access to your private key, they will be able to connect to and take control of your server. So let's go ahead and use this key to connect to the server in AWS. I'm just going to clear the screen here. And then I'm going to type the command SSH. Then I'm going to use the -i flag to indicate that I would like to use a key file. And that key file is stored in the downloads folder where I am currently, so I don't need to give it a path. And it's called testkey.pem. Then I simply say the username that I would like to connect with, and this user happens to be ec2-user, the @ symbol, and the IP address of my server, which was 54.87.188.30. I go ahead and hit enter, and I first get a message saying the authenticity of the host can't be established. That's because this key is not contained within a digital certificate. It does give me the fingerprint of the key, and then I'll just go ahead and type yes to accept it. Now I see an error message saying that I have an unprotected private key file. The server is configured to make sure that I've added appropriate security to my private key. I just downloaded this to my computer and accepted the default permissions, so it's giving me this error. What I'm going to do now is go ahead and set more restrictive permissions on the key file and give this another try. I'm going to use the chmod command to go ahead and change permissions on the file. I'm going to change it to 0600, and this will give only the owner of the file access to it, and it's the testkey.pem file. Now I'm going to go ahead and try the SSH command again, and I'm connected to the server in the cloud. That's how you use key-based encryption to connect to a server using SSH. Certificate-based authentication goes a step further and has the public key signed by a trusted certificate authority. This gives the remote system assurance not only that you have the private key, but also that you are who you claim to be. Certificate-based authentication may be used for server-to-server connections like we just demonstrated. It's also the enabling technology behind PKI-based smart cards, such as the federal government's Common Access Card and Personal Identity Verification Card. It can also be used with the IEEE 802.1x standard for network authentication. We do have other means to authenticate devices to each other. One that we often hear discussed is using the MAC address that is hard-coded into each system at the time that it's manufactured. While this may seem like an easy and common sense approach to authentication, MAC-based authentication is not very secure because MAC addresses can easily be spoofed. Account management is one of the fundamental responsibilities of information security professionals. This includes designing strong processes that implement the principles of least privilege and separation of duties, implementing job rotation schemes, and managing the overall account lifecycle. The principle of least privilege states that an individual should only have the minimum necessary permissions required to perform their job function. The separation of duties principle states that performing sensitive actions should require the collaboration of two individuals. Account managers issuing permissions should ensure that the permissions they grant users are consistent with these principles. I discussed both of these principles earlier in this course. Many organizations also implement job rotation schemes designed to move people around from job to job on a periodic basis. This has obvious personnel benefits by providing teams with a diverse set of experiences and allowing them to experience many different aspects of the organization's operations. It also has the security benefit of reducing the likelihood of fraud. If you know that someone else will be looking at your work during a job rotation, you're less likely to conduct illegitimate activity that might be detected by that person. Mandatory vacation policies attempt to achieve the same goal by requiring that staff in key positions take a minimum number of consecutive vacation days each year and not have access to corporate systems during that time period. This enforced absence provides an opportunity for fraudulent activity to come to light when the employee doesn't have the access necessary to cover it up. Account management teams should adopt a standard naming convention for accounts in their organization. This makes it easier to identify users and tie user account names to real identities. For example, many organizations choose to use a standard naming convention that takes a user's first initial and combines it with up to 7 characters of their last name. If this would create a duplicate account, they then replace the last character with a unique number. Following that convention, my username would be mchapel, provided that there aren't any other people in the organization with my last name and first initial. If someone else already had that account name, I would be mchapla2. Security professionals are also responsible for managing the account and credential lifecycle. This requires a series of account maintenance activities. They administer the process of granting new users access to systems and ensuring that they have the correct entitlements that correspond to their job role, modifying those entitlements when a user changes jobs or a user's job requires new access, reviewing access on a regular basis, and removing any unnecessary access following a process known as recertification, and then finally removing the access of terminated users, completing the lifecycle. The management of user accounts is a key responsibility for cybersecurity professionals. Security professionals can take advantage of account policies to apply security requirements and other configuration settings across a domain. Windows Active Directory provides group policy functionality to allow this type of configuration. Administrators may create group policy objects, or GPOs, which are just groups of configuration settings, and then apply those GPOs to either an entire domain or smaller groups of users and computers known as organizational units. Let's go ahead and create a group policy object together on a Windows server. We'll work together to design a policy that requires the use of a password-protected screensaver for all users. Here I have the Windows Group Policy Management tool open, and I'm going to drill down into my certmic.com domain, and then within that domain I see a folder for group policy objects. When I expand that folder, I notice that there are only two default policies here. I'm going to create a new GPO, so I'll just right-click on Group Policy Objects and choose New from the pop-up menu, and then give it a name. Now, this is a screensaver policy, so let's give it a nice logical name and call it Screensaver Policy. And when I click OK, you can see that we've created that Screensaver Policy GPO. Now, this GPO doesn't have any policy requirements in it yet. It's just an empty shell at this point. If I right-click on this policy and choose Edit, that opens another tool called the Group Policy Management Editor. Now I have two windows on top of each other here, so I'm just going to maximize this to make it a little easier to see. The expandable folders here contain all of the settings that we can enforce by GPO. Let's try expanding the Policy folder under User Configuration, and then the Administrative Templates folder. Let me just resize this so you can see a little better. And then within here, I'm going to look at the Control Panel folder. And if you look through the names of the folders that appear here, you'll see that they describe the type of settings that we can configure. We're interested in the screensaver settings, so let's click on Personalization where those settings are found. Here we can set those required settings by GPO. These settings are all currently set as not configured, meaning that the GPO screensaver policy does not affect them. I'm going to double-click on Enable Screensaver, and this allows me to edit the Enable Screensaver policy. Here I'm going to choose the Enabled option and click OK. We can similarly prevent the user from changing the screensaver settings by enabling the Prevent Changing Screensaver policy. Let's go ahead and do that. And we also want to password protect the screensaver. And there's a policy that allows us to do that. Let's also go ahead and set the timeout to trigger the screensaver in 15 minutes. We'll just double-click on Screensaver Timeout, hit Enabled, and now for this policy I have an option to set. And 900 seconds is 15 minutes, so we'll go ahead and accept this option. And we've set that policy as part of our GPO. And then we can exit the editor. And our Screensaver GPO now applies to all users in the domain. That's an easy way to enforce a consistent policy for all users. Passwords are among the most common authentication mechanisms, and it's important to ensure that passwords remain secure. Administrators may use group policy objects to securely configure passwords to require good password practices by end users. Some password requirements exist to make sure that passwords are difficult to guess and resistant to brute force attacks. The first of these is a password length requirement. Best practice says that passwords should be at least 8 characters long, although some organizations require even longer passwords. The second requirement that makes passwords complex and difficult to guess is requiring that they include different types of characters, such as uppercase characters, lowercase characters, digits, and symbols. Now, one important note. Best practice is changing in this area. The most recent guidance from NIST suggests that users should be allowed to use a variety of complex characters in their passwords, but that this should no longer be required, as long as the organization is using multi-factor authentication. Some organizations also choose to implement password expiration policies that require password changes every 90 days, while others choose longer time periods. Users sometimes attempt to bypass password change requirements by changing their password when it expires and then immediately changing it back to the previous value. Password history and reuse requirements prevent users from engaging in this activity. They do this by keeping track of old passwords and preventing their reuse. And this is another area where best practice is evolving. While many organizations do continue to use password expiration policies, NIST now recommends that users never be forced to change their passwords. Strong password practices also prevent brute force password guessing attacks. Organizations should have policies in place that lock out accounts after a specified number of incorrect login attempts. They should also disable unused accounts. Finally, many organizations provide an automated password recovery service that allows users to reset their passwords using an alternate authentication process, such as answering security questions. This approach relieves the burden on help desks and other IT staff members by allowing users a self-service option for one of the most common IT requests. Answering these requests quickly on a self-service basis also improves user satisfaction with IT service. Let's take a look at implementing some of these password policies in a Windows GPO. Here I am in the Group Policy Management tool again, and I'm going to create a new group policy object, this time called Password Policy. And then I'm going to edit that policy in the Group Policy Management editor. And the settings that I'd like to change this time are found in the Computer Configuration Policies folder under Windows Settings, Security Settings, Account Policies, and they're contained within this password policy. And here I can see some of the relevant settings. Let's go ahead and change some of them to enforce a password policy. First, I'm going to set a minimum password length of 8 characters. I just click Define this setting, and then specify that I'd like 8 characters. Now all passwords on the system must be at least 8 characters long. I'm also going to enforce a password history, saying that I'm going to remember the last 8 passwords that a user has used. And then we're going to set our password expiration, or the maximum password age, to be 90 days. When I do this, Windows suggests that I should also set a minimum password age of 30 days to prevent users from rapidly cycling through passwords to defeat our password history requirement. I'll go ahead and accept this recommendation. I'm also going to enable a password complexity policy. I'm going to define this policy setting and choose Enabled. If I click the Explain tab here, it walks me through the exact requirements of this policy. That's all it takes to build a strong password policy for your Windows domain. Roles provide administrators with an easy way to manage security permissions. Administrators can create roles to group permissions together in a manner that they may be assigned to multiple users at the same time. In Windows, we can use security groups to manage roles and their permissions. The major benefit of roles is that they simplify account management. When a new user joins a team, administrators can simply assign them to that team's role, and then the user gets all of the permissions associated with their new job. When they leave, the administrator may remove the role, and those permissions go away. Roles also eliminate the need for the use of shared generic accounts. In some organizations, administrators create generic accounts, such as one for the HR department or one for all receptionists. This way, they don't need to create new accounts for each user and manage the permissions on those accounts. The danger with this approach is that it becomes difficult to track who performed actions on the system, and it also requires changing account passwords when anyone leaves the organization. Let's go through an example of creating security groups on a Windows server. We'll create groups for employees in our human resources and accounting departments. Here I am in the Active Directory Users and Computers tool. I'm going to go ahead and within my domain, right-click on the Users folder, and then choose New, and then Group from the pop-up menu. Now our first group is going to be for employees from the Human Resources Department, so let's give it that name, Human Resources. And we'll leave all of the default settings here that we're creating a global security group. If I go ahead and look at the properties of the group that I just created, we see a Members tab where we can go ahead and add group members. Let's go ahead and add a couple of users. We'll add Alice to this group. And we can see that Alice Jones now appears in the members. And we'll also go ahead and add Carol. And when we do that, we see that Carol Adams is also now a member of Human Resources. Let's repeat this process to create an accounting group. I'll create a new group, and I'll call it Accounting. I'll accept it as a global security group. And then I will edit that group by opening the properties, clicking the Members tab, and we'll add a couple of people here. I'm going to add Bob, and I'm also going to add Tracy. Now I'm going to go ahead and close Active Directory Users and Computers, and I'm going to open a new folder. And I'm going to call my folder Secret Documents. And let's say I'd like to give only members of the Human Resources team access to this document. In Properties, I can go to the Security tab and then edit the permissions and add my Human Resources group, just like I would add a user account, and then give Human Resources full control of that folder. The benefit of using groups is now when users leave the HR department, I can simply remove them from the group and they'll lose all permissions assigned to the HR role. Similarly, when a new employee joins the HR department, adding them to the group gives them all of the HR permissions.
Security administrators must pay careful attention to the permissions and use of end-user accounts to protect against security incidents. Let's take a look at some account monitoring, reporting, and maintenance practices that organizations should put in place. The first is detecting inaccurate permissions assigned to accounts that either prevent a user from doing their work or violate the principle of least privilege. These permissions are often the result of privilege creep, a condition that occurs when users switch between jobs and gain new permissions, but never have their old permissions revoked. To protect against inaccurate permissions, administrators should perform regular user account audits in cooperation with managers from around the organization. During each of these manual reviews, administrators should pull a listing of all the permissions assigned to each user account, and then review that listing with managers to ensure that it's appropriate for the user's role, making any necessary adjustments. Administrators should pay careful attention to users who have switched jobs since the last account review. Some organizations may use a formal attestation process where auditors review documentation to ensure that managers have formally approved each user's account and access permissions. Another issue is the unauthorized use of permissions, either by someone other than the legitimate user accessing the account, or by the legitimate user performing some illegitimate action. Protecting against unauthorized use of permissions is tricky because it can be hard to detect. This requires the use of continuous account monitoring systems that watch for suspicious activity and alert administrators to strange actions. For example, a continuous account monitoring system may flag violations of access policies, such as logins from strange geographic locations. This might be a user connecting from both the home office and a remote location in Eastern Europe at the same time. Cases like this are known as impossible travel time logins and should be treated as risky logins. You also might see logins from unusual network locations, such as a user who always logs in from the HR network suddenly appearing on a guest network. Watch for logins at unusual times of day, such as a mail clerk logging into the system in the middle of the night, deviations from normal behavior, such as users accessing files that they don't normally access, and high volumes of activity that may represent bulk downloading of sensitive information. The specific circumstances that merit attention will vary from organization to organization, but performing this type of behavior-based continuous account monitoring is an important security control. As you continue to enhance your monitoring practices, you may find that additional information will be helpful in implementing account policies. For example, if you want to use geographic location in your monitoring practices, you should enable geotagging for logins. Geotagging records the geographic location of a login, tagging each record with relevant geographic information. Geofencing goes a step further, drawing boundary boxes around geographic locations and notifying administrators when a device leaves a defined boundary. As you perform account reviews, be sure to examine 3 different types of accounts. In addition to standard user and administrator accounts that are assigned to a specific person, also be sure to examine accounts that are assigned to support systems and the services that run on them. Those system and managed service accounts should not be able to interactively log onto a system and should also follow the principle of least privilege, only granting the system or service the minimum level of access necessary to carry out their assigned functions.
Account administrators are responsible for managing the provisioning and deprovisioning of user accounts. This involves 2 core activities. When a new user joins the organization, administrators ensure that they go through the appropriate onboarding process and then provision a user account for that person. This involves creating authentication credentials and granting the user appropriate authorizations based upon their job function. Then, when a user leaves the organization, administrators ensure that they go through an offboarding process that includes deprovisioning the account to remove their credentials and authorizations at the appropriate time. Now, when a user leaves an organization, it's essential that administrators act quickly to remove their access from computer systems. This prevents the user from accessing sensitive information or resources after their departure, and it's especially important when a user leaves the organization under unfavorable circumstances. Security professionals should ensure that the organization has a strong process designed to remove access, preferably in an automated or semi-automated fashion. Now, this process may have several workflows. The routine workflow for a planned departure should automatically begin when a supervisor informs the Human Resources Department that an employee is resigning or retiring. The account administration team should configure the user's account to automatically expire on the date they're leaving the organization. The second workflow is for emergency situations when a user is unexpectedly terminated. This may occur under adverse circumstances when a user is fired. In those cases, the IT department should carefully coordinate with human resources to time the account termination precisely. If account administrators fail to precisely time the access revocation, 2 undesirable situations may occur. First, if the account is terminated before the employee is informed of the termination, the employee may gain advanced notice of the impending termination and take retaliatory action against the employer. Second, if the account is not terminated immediately upon the user being informed of the termination, the user may be able to access systems after being fired and take retaliatory action. Let's look at how we can perform these actions in Windows. Here I am in the Active Directory Users and Computers tool. I go ahead and locate the account of the user that I'd like to disable, right-click on them, and choose Disable Account. I see a pop-up that the user Alice Jones has been disabled, and if I look carefully at the icon next to Alice Jones's name, there's a down arrow indicating that the account is disabled. Disabling the account provides a way of temporarily suspending the user, and it can be reversed by re-enabling the account. It's normally a good idea to disable an account first, even when you know that a user is being permanently terminated, just as a safeguard against error. When you're ready to actually delete the account, you can return to this menu and delete it. You can also schedule the future expiration of an account in this tool. Let's say that Carol announced her retirement for the end of 2021. We can go ahead and schedule her account to expire on the last day of that year by right-clicking on her name and choosing Properties. On the Account tab, we can enable account expiration and set the account to expire on the last day of December 2021. Suspending and terminating accounts in a timely manner boosts enterprise security by reducing the risk of unauthorized access. Authorization is the final step in granting a user access to a resource. Once an individual successfully authenticates to a system, authorization determines the privileges that the individual has to access resources and information on that system. There are many different authorization approaches, and we'll discuss those in this course. First, let's talk about two general principles of authorization that lead to strong security. The first of these is the principle of least privilege. This principle states that an individual should only have the minimum set of permissions necessary to accomplish their job duties. Least privilege is important for two reasons. First, least privilege minimizes the potential damage from an insider attack. If an employee turns malicious, the damage they can cause will be limited by the privileges assigned to them by job role. It's unlikely, for example, that an accountant would be able to deface the company website because an accountant's job responsibilities have nothing to do with updating web content. Second, least privilege limits the ability of an external attacker to quickly gain privileged access when compromising an employee's account. Unless they happen to compromise a system administrator account, the attacker will find themselves limited by the privileges of the account that they steal. The second important principle is separation of duties. This principle states that sensitive business functions should require the involvement of at least two people. This reduces the likelihood of fraud by requiring collusion between two employees to commit fraud. One common example of separation of duties is found in accounting departments. One way that employees might steal funds from the organization is to set up fake vendors in the system and then issue checks to those vendors for services that were never rendered. To prevent this, organizations typically separate the ability to set up a new vendor and issue a check to a vendor and say that no employee should ever have both of those privileges. Organizations should watch out for privilege creep when trying to follow the principles of least privilege and separation of duties. Privilege creep occurs when users change from one job to another and gain new privileges associated with their new responsibilities, but never lose the privileges from the job that they left. Over time, an employee who moves around from role to role in the organization may gain substantial privileges in this way. Consider the example of Alice. Alice starts as a clerk in the accounting department where she's responsible for issuing checks to vendors. There, she has the privilege of issuing checks. After a few years, Alice receives a promotion to a supervisory accountant position and gains responsibility for setting up new vendors on the system. Nobody ever takes away her older privileges. She now has the ability to both set up a new vendor and issue checks, a violation of both least privilege and separation of duties. Organizations looking to preserve the principles of least privilege and separation of duties should perform regular account reviews. These may come in both manual and automated forms. For example, an automated process might run every time a user is granted new privileges to ensure that the new privilege won't violate any separation of duties requirements. The organization might supplement these automated rules with quarterly access reviews, where managers review the permissions assigned to each employee for compliance with the principle of least privilege. Maintaining authorization systems is a critical task for security professionals. The exam might contain a question asking you to review a scenario and describe what authorization principle is being discussed. Be sure to know the difference between least privilege and separation of duties so that you're ready for those exam questions. Mandatory access control systems are the most stringent type of access control. In mandatory access control, or MAC systems, the operating system itself restricts the permissions that may be granted to users and processes on system resources. Users themselves cannot modify those permissions. For this reason, MAC is rarely fully implemented on production systems outside of highly secure environments. MAC is normally implemented as a rule-based access control system, where users and resources have labels, and the operating system makes access control decisions by comparing those labels. Now, one important note on terminology before we move on to an example. MAC in this context refers to mandatory access control, an access control model. We're not talking here about the Macintosh operating system. The Macintosh operating system actually does not support mandatory access control. So let's talk about how this works in a US government context. US government applications often use mandatory access controls to protect classified information. In this approach, documents and users are each assigned a classification level. Documents might be labeled as top secret, secret, or confidential, depending upon the sensitivity of the information that they contain. Users are also labeled top secret, secret, or confidential based upon their security.
This is the book. This is a good one. It basically gives a brief focus. Brief introduction into a whole bunch of the ancient mythological Greek myths, ancient Greek myths, and Roman in some sense. Some of them are the Roman side, but mostly Greek. Just gives like a basic summary of a lot of the tales, without actually like going over, without actually like divulging the whole thing, so that way you can still go and should and want to read all of them individually. Oh, here's Theseus. I just read this and I already forgot a good amount of these. Theseus and Hercules. Atalanta is the one. Yeah, Atalanta is the Amazonian woman. Right? No, I'm tweaking. No, Atalanta's a dude. No, that's someone completely different. Oh yeah, it is. No, Atalanta's the one that was raised in the forest. What's the other one? Actually, this is like a really good reference guide, because they're like, each one is like pretty short, so if you just want like the quick overview to go back to get like a refresher instead of having the actual original text, this actually is a perfect reference guide, without being like, because it has so much in here and it gives you like just enough of like the general idea of literally as a reference. So this is literally like, I would call this a mythology encyclopedia in some sense. It's pretty good, actually.
Clearance, the sensitivity of information that they are authorized to access. The mandatory access control system is then responsible for comparing these labels. If a user with a secret clearance attempts to access a secret document, this is allowed. If that same user attempts to access a confidential document, this is also allowed because a user with a secret clearance is authorized to access documents at the secret level or lower, and confidential is a lower classification than secret. However, if that user attempts to access a top secret document, that access attempt is rejected because the user is not authorized to access top secret information. It's above their clearance level. The most common example of an operating system implementing MAC is Security Enhanced Linux, or SE Linux, a Linux kernel security module first developed by the US National Security Agency in the 1990s. SE Linux is included in some Linux distributions, including Red Hat Enterprise Linux, CentOS, and Fedora. Discretionary Access Control Systems, or DAC systems, offer a flexible approach to authorization, allowing users to assign access permissions to other users. The owners of files, computers, and other resources have the discretion to configure permissions as they see fit. Discretionary access control systems are the most common form of access control because they provide organizations with much needed flexibility. Imagine if users in your organization didn't have the ability to assign file rights to other users as needed, and IT had to be involved in every request. Now that would certainly make life difficult, wouldn't it? Let's take a look at an example of a discretionary access control system. Imagine that we have a file containing information on some of the organization's employees. Alice, an analyst within Human Resources, created this file, and the operating system recognizes her as the file owner. Alice, however, created this file at Bob's request, and she wants Bob to have permission to do everything that she can do, so Alice gives Bob full control permission over that file. Alice also knows that Carol needs to occasionally make updates to the file, so she assigns Carol read and write permission. Bob wants his boss, Tracy, to be able to look at the file as well, but he doesn't want Tracy to make modifications to the file. Since Bob has full control of the file, he can also set permissions for other users, so he goes ahead and grants Tracy permission. Tracy and Carol can't modify these file permissions because they're not the file owners and they don't have full control over the file. This is a great example of a discretionary access control system. In this case, Alice and Bob both have the discretion to change the permissions on the file as they see fit. In a mandatory access control scenario, on the other hand, Alice and Bob would not have the ability to grant other users access to the file. Permissions would be set by the operating system based upon the file's classification. The NTFS file system access control model used on Windows disks is one of the most common examples of a discretionary access control system. It allows users who own a file to assign each other various permissions. We'll look more at NTFS access control lists in the next video. In a discretionary access control system, resource owners have the ability to set and modify permissions for other users of the system. File owners manage file system permissions by the creation of access control lists. An access control list is simply a table containing usernames and the permissions granted to each user on a resource. For example, I might own a file on a computer governed by a discretionary access control system and decide that I want other users to access my file. I might grant one user the ability to edit the file and a large group of users the ability to read that file. Each of those decisions would require an entry on an access control list. The NTFS file system used by Windows implements access control lists and allows users to assign a variety of permissions. Full control is just what the name implies. The user can perform any action on the file or folder. Read permission allows the user to view the contents of the file, while read and execute permission goes beyond read permission and also allows the user to run executable programs. Write permission allows the user to create files and add data to them, and modify goes beyond that to allow the user to delete files. It also adds read and execute permissions not already present in the write permission group. Let's take a look at an example. Suppose we have a file of employee information and we want to set up access for 4 users. Alice should be the owner of the file, Bob should have full control of it, Tracy should have read-only access, and Carol should have read-write access to the file. We'll go ahead and do this on a real Windows server. Here's a folder containing that employee's file. If I right-click on this file and choose Properties from the pop-up menu, I see some general information about the file. I'm interested in security settings, so I'm going to go ahead and click on the Security tab. Now, the first thing that I want to do is set Alice as the file owner. I do that by clicking Advanced, which opens the file's advanced security settings. Here, you can see that the administrator currently owns the file. I'm going to click the Change link, and now I'd like to change this so that Alice owns the file. I'm going to go ahead and just type Alice in, and then use check names, which auto-completes it to Alice Jones, my user, and then I'm going to click OK. That completes the change, and now you can see that Alice Jones owns the file. Now I also want to make Alice's life easier, so I want to give her explicit full control of the file. I can do this back here in the Permissions dialog by going ahead and clicking the Add button. The principal is the user or object that's going to receive those permissions. So I'll click Select a Principal, and then just type in Alice's name again. And now she's selected as the principal, and I'd like her to have full control of the file. So I'm just going to click that full control box, and then click the OK button. Now we can see that Alice has full control of the file. The second user that I want to have permissions is Bob. Now Bob won't be the file owner, but he should also have full control. So I'm going to repeat that process with Bob's account. I'm going to add a new entry to the access control list for Bob, and I'm going to go ahead and give him full control of the file. Now Tracy, on the other hand, should only be able to read the file. So let's go ahead and create an access control entry for her. I'm going to add another one. I'm going to click Select Principal and type in Tracy's name this time. Confirm that that's okay. And I can see here that the default is to give her both read and execute permissions. Now I only want her to have read permissions, so I'm going to unselect read and execute. And now I can verify that Tracy has read permission to the file. Finally, I want to give Carol read and write and execute permissions. So let's create her entry. We'll select her principal. And then we'll just add write to make sure that she now has read and execute, and write permissions. If you now look at the permissions dialog, you can see that we have established the desired set of permissions. That's the power of discretionary access control. I didn't need to modify the file attributes or account roles to make this work. As the file owner or the system administrator, I have the discretion to set whatever permissions I deem appropriate. The implicit deny principle, otherwise known as default deny, is one of the foundational principles of access control systems. This principle says that anything that is not explicitly allowed should be denied. If a computer doesn't have explicit instructions on how to handle a situation, it should default to denying access. Firewalls are the most common example of the default deny principle in action. When a firewall receives a connection request, it first consults its rules to determine whether a rule explicitly addresses the situation. If the firewall finds a matching rule, it carries out the action in that rule. If the firewall doesn't have explicit guidance on handling the request, it blocks that connection request. And the default deny principle is a very important security concept, especially when it relates to firewall configurations. You should be very familiar with this idea when you take the exam. Role-based access control systems carries out the action in that rule. If the firewall doesn't have explicit guidance on handling the request, it blocks that connection request. And the default deny principle is a very important security concept, especially when it relates to firewall configurations. You should be very familiar with this idea when you take the exam. Role-based access control systems simplify some of the work of managing authorizations. Instead of trying to manage all of the permissions for an individual user, administrators create job-based roles and then assign permissions to those roles. They can then assign users to roles. Now, this is a little more work up front, but it makes life much easier down the road. When a new user arrives, the administrator doesn't need to figure out all of the explicit permissions that user requires. The user just needs to be assigned to the appropriate roles, and all of the permissions will follow. Similarly, when a group of users needs a new permission, the administrator doesn't need to apply that permission to all of the individual users. Instead, they can assign the permission to the role, and all users with that role will receive the permission automatically. Let's look at an example. Imagine Alice Jones comes to our company as a new supervisor in the accounting department. As part of her job, she needs to handle all of the work of an accounting clerk. Administrators can go ahead and assign her the accounting clerk role, and she will automatically receive all related permissions. She'll inherit changes as the permissions assigned to that role change. Alice also needs advanced privileges reserved for accounting supervisors, so administrators can assign her to that role as well. With 2 role assignments in this example, Alice received 6 permissions, and her permissions will change with those roles as business needs change. Attribute-based access control, or ABAC, is a more generalized type of access control than role-based access control. Instead of asking administrators to group users into defined roles, ABAC allows administrators to write security policies based upon the attributes of a user, object, and the situation. ABAC allows the implementation of conditional access restrictions. For example, in an attribute-based access control system, you might write a policy that allows managers to access salary information only after executives have finalized merit increases in March. You could write a policy for this data that limits access with the following attributes. The user must have a class of manager, and the user must be the manager of the individual whose data is being requested, or the user must be the manager of that individual's manager, and the date must be after March 15th, 2021. Location-based access control policies extend the attribute model by including a user's physical location as an attribute. For example, in the previous scenario, you might set a location-based access control policy, and the date must be after March 15th, allows object and the situation. After data is Location-based access control policies extend the attribute model by including a user's physical location as an attribute. For example, in the previous scenario, you might set a location-based access control policy that requires that the person only access this data when they are physically located in one of your offices. Access control settings may also contain other important restrictions. Some organizations choose to implement time-of-day restrictions to limit after-hours use of computing resources. For example, if Alice has the ability to issue checks, her supervisors might want to prevent her from logging onto a system on evenings and weekends when she might print a check without supervision. Let's take a look at how we might do this in a Windows Active Directory environment. On this Windows server, I'm going to go ahead and open up the Active Directory Users and Computers tool. I'm going to choose the Alice Jones user, right-click on her, and choose Properties from the pop-up menu. And then here on the Account tab, I'm going to click the Log On Hours button. I can use this grid to limit her ability to log on. Times that are shaded blue in the grid are those where she can access the system. As you can see, by default, she's always allowed to log in. Let's click on Sunday, and then Log On Denied to block her from accessing the system on Sunday, and then repeat that process for Saturday. Then we can highlight all of the early morning hours and say that Alice is not allowed to log in before 8 a.m. or after 6 p.m. And once we go ahead and click OK, Alice's log-on hours are restricted to weekdays during business hours. That's all there is to implementing time-of-day restrictions on a Windows account.
Alright, well that was domain 2. So I'm gonna pause here. Because probably I'm gonna eat dinner and then I'm just gonna end it today actually. I'm gonna eat dinner and probably do a workout and like just get ready for bed. But before I do that, I realized what I'm gonna do with this because I was kind of thinking about how to approach this. And I don't think it's a good idea to not take a bit of notes because there's some stuff that I don't already have that's new. And so I want to be able to add that to my full thing. And there's also a problem with like things being repeated. So what I'm going to do with this course outline is instead of having like sections like this underneath here, I'm just going to have each one of these domains as like the main page and the concepts and then atomic concepts off of each domain, basically how it's outlined here. And so that way I can just link to whatever I need that I already have. I could just add the link, and whatever's new, I can create a new atomic note for it, and then that'll just be linked. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So where do I even find this? Is it the book? What is this? Why you not log me in? Borkin or what, bro? Come on now. Oh, this is broken. What is this? Buddy. Okay, I think I just have to like redo this. Yeah, that's the problem. Or not. Log me in. Okay, whatever. Let me just Google it. I just need this. I just need the domains. Here we go. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna have it like this, and this will, yeah, this will be good. Oh wait, I don't think I could have colons. Alright, I'm gonna do the rest of this offline because, or tomorrow, we'll see, but I'm just gonna end it here because there's not much left that I'm